Yeah, good morning, all of you. Uh, Here is Dr. Gafoor, the Faculty of Management at Pondicherry University. So I'm going to take a session on managerial economics, which is in your first semester. So with this brief background, I will start the session without much delay. Right. I feel that many of you must be, familiar with economics. Even then, I will try to simplify it or for the sake of others. And I'll make it more simple and easy so that it will be, more, reachable to all the students category. So with this, I'll start my presentation, right? Then I'll quickly go to the session. So my paper, the paper which is allotted to me is Managerial Economics. So I'll give a brief introduction about the managerial economics and economics, and then I'll wind up the session. So these are the topics which for the next couple of days, I'll be taking this many topics, and I'll be trying to finish it at the earliest. First session, we will have introduction to economics, which is very fundamental for all of you. So I'll be teaching meaning of economics, the principles of economics, how economy works, economics of information, and the related topics. In the second session, we'll be discussing about theory of demand and supply. So I split into theory of demand, then I'll talk about theory of supply. Then in the third session, possibly we'll be covering theory of production, which is a little lengthy, and I'll try to simplify it also. Then we'll move to market structure. That's another important topic in economics that has to be, studied by all MBA students because we are going to work in market. So the market structure is very, very important, and we should all know the different type of market and how it works, and its economic implications also. And finally, I will touch upon macroeconomics fundamentals, not the deep. So I'll simply talk about basics of macroeconomics, which one should know, because since our topic is managerial economics, we skip the macroeconomics because managerial economics is basically a microeconomics. So I'll try to touch upon macroeconomics as well. So this is the brief agenda about my sessions for the next couple of days, right? With this, I'll first go to the topic. The first topic will go to the introduction to economics. What is economics and how it works it? Now, if you look at what is economics, here I will try to cover some principles of economics, the meaning of economics, how economy works, and economics of information. These are the 4 agenda for today's presentation, right? So first, let me talk about the meaning of economics. Why economics, how it works, and how it is important for all of us. Now, if you look at the nature in which we live, there are 2 type of phenomenon you can see it. One is that the resources which are available in this planet or in this, like the nature, is basically limited. So if you look at any resources, it's a land, labor, capital, water, the trees, the woods, anything. It is basically a limited resources. We have only limited resources. And if you look at the human wants, right? Human wants are basically unlimited because we want to, get everything. So the human beings are not, limited to their needs, but they have unlimited wants also. So this contradiction, that is the limited resources and unlimited, this unlimited human wants, right, makes the things very complicated. Let us say that if the resources are very unlimited and the human wants are unlimited, then there is no issue because both are parallel, both are works at fine. But since the resources are very limited and the human wants also unlimited, then the problems of economics comes. So what economics does? So economics basically does, the allocate this limited resources which is available in the society or the nature among unlimited wants. All right. So that means a few resources has to be distributed among unlimited wants. So that distribution or that allocation of that limited resources among unlimited wants can be called as a economics. That process is called as a economics. Or in another terminology, we can say that how the society the manage its limited resources or the scarce resources efficiently. That is what we call as economics. So basically, economics is basically related to limited resources and unlimited wants. So the point of economics comes only when there is a limited resource and there is unlimited wants. But if the resources are limited and the wants are limited, then the question of economics doesn't come because the resource will be distributed economically and equally among all the people, and people will have sufficient resources to eat and practice. So that is where this economics comes, and that's why we call economics as a subject, which it deals with the distributing this limited resources among unlimited wants, or the management of this scarce resources among the human society or among the population of the society, what we call as economics. Now coming to the principles of economics. Now this principles is given by Professor Mankiw, who is a professor of economics at Harvard Business School, and given around 10 principles under 3 broad category. And if you understand this, 10 principles, most of the economics theories can be easily, understood. So this you cannot find in your syllabus, but if you study these principles, your the learning process will be more simple and easy to understand it. So Professor Mankiw has given 10 the principles which are classified into 3 broad categories. One is how people make decisions. Then second one, how people interact with each other. Then the third broad category, how the economy as a whole works it. So in this 3 broad category, so he has divided the principles into 10 different places. So we will go by each one, and we'll discuss the implications and its importance in the economic life. Right. Now, how people make the decisions. The first one, the people face trade-off. Right. What is a trade-off? For example, now all of you are studying in my class, right? So you can take a decision either to sit in my class or to go and work in some places and earn the money, all right? But it is not possible for you. Both, it is not possible for you. So either you can sit in my class, or you can sit, or can go to the factory or in an office and work there. So that is what we say. People will face trade-off, right? So the classic example of trade-off is basically what we call economics. For example, if we spend more money on defense, we have less money in welfare measures, right? So the point is here, people will always face trade-off. That is in a common nature. So you can't just sit, or you can't do the same. That sitting in the same class and doing the work, it is not possible. So you have to have a trade-off. So the people will always face trade-off. That means either you can eat the food at the same time, or you can play in the ground. But both are not possible at the same time. That is what we call economically, or what we call people face trade-off. So the classic example, what we normally in economics, finance, what we say that if the government of any government, and any state government or any government, sovereign government, if they invest more on defense, buying guns, equipment, defense instruments, the flights, those instruments, then you have to reduce your, welfare, the investment on the welfare of the economy. That's what we call as people face trade-off. That is what we call as a efficiency and equality. That means if you focus more on equality, we have to sacrifice the efficiency, or if you focus on efficiency, we have to sacrifice the equality. So because there is a trade-off here. So the first principle, which is stated by Professor Mankiw, is that people will always face trade-off, right? And the second, since there is a trade-off, I said there's a trade-off is there. There's a cost for it, right? For example, if you look at the example, for example, if you sit in the class, right, you're actually sacrificing your time, you're sacrificing the money which you are going to earn, from the factory or in the office, all right? Or, for example, I have given an example of, the picture of the Usain Bolt. You have seen in this my presentation. You can see I have given the picture of Usain Bolt. Now you know that Usain Bolt, one of the fastest man, the human, in this planet. All right. If you would have sit in the class and studied some economics or MBA, all right, he would not have become, what's called the fastest athlete in this world, right? So he sacrificed that and went it, right? The same way, if you look at, Microsoft chairman Bill Gates, if you would have sit in on the class, right, the dropout student, if you would have sit in the class, and then if would have got some job in some places, we could not have, see that Microsoft, so-called Microsoft, which even we use for presentation. So there is always a cost is there, right? Since there is a trade-off, because you cannot do both at the same time, there's a cost is there for something which you give up. For example, if you sit in the class, actually you are giving up the, the earnings which you get from the office. What we call as a opportunity cost in economics, we call it as opportunity cost. So since there's a trade-off, there's an opportunity cost in the society, and that you have to sacrifice it, right? Third, it's called the rational people think at margin. So what is a rational people think at margin? Meaning, right, for example, for example, a person who is the rational people, when I say rational people, the rational people means the person who can decide what is the right and wrong, all right? That is what we call the rational people. For example, let us say that, for example, you are running a business of bus, right? So let us say you are, like running a business from Bangalore to Hyderabad. Let us say that. Let us say that there are 60 seats are their capacity, and you charge 1,000 rupees per head, right? Right. So normal days, any weekend days, you will get 60. That is 60,000 rupees. You can earn it. If your seat capacity is full, you will get 60 seat fully, and you will get an income of 60,000, right? But let us say that let us say, for example, in a weekdays, your seats are filled only 30. That means you get only 30,000 rupees, right? You get only 30,000, right? So let us say, there are 30 seats, another 30 seats are vacant. And let us say that around some 10 people came, and in the evening, when you are about to take your bus, 10 people comes and ask you that we don't have, 1,000 rupees, but we can pay you 800 rupees. Can you accommodate us? The obvious answer is, of course, because of the marketing and other things, we will say no. But if you look at economically, it is yes, because you are getting another 800 for 10. That means 8,000 rupees for 10 people without any extra cost. Because even if you drive the bus, right, with 30 people or with 40 people, that doesn't make any sense in the cost, right? You're going to get additional income of 8,000 if you accommodate these people, 800, at the rate of 800. So what is the point is that if you marginal benefit, what we call as additional, margin means additional. That means if your additional benefit is exceeding the additional cost, that is the marginal benefit, margin means additional benefit is exceeding the marginal cost, then you will take a decision. In this case, for example, your additional cost is 0, because if you rent the bus for 30 people, Or if you rent the bus for 40 people, the cost is same. Let us say the cost is 5,000 rupees. So the cost of running the bus is 5,000 because you have to pay the salary for the driver, you have to pay the salary for the cleaner, everything you have to pay it. You have to pay the diesel for for the bus, and you have to pay the other charges which you are accumulating. But if you accommodate that 10 people who are ready to pay 800 rupees per person, then you are able to earn another 8,000 rupees without any additional cost. So the additional cost is here zero. That is, marginal cost is zero, but the marginal benefit is higher. That is 8,000. That means if the marginal cost is less and the marginal benefit is higher, the rational person will take an action that will benefit him. So normally a rational people will always think at margin. That margin is called as a marginal benefit, which exceed the marginal cost. So the Professor Bankif says that in economics, the rational people will always think at the margin, and they will take the decision which exceed their benefit, against the marginal cost or additional cost. Now coming to the fourth, the principle coming under the broader head of the people make decision, how people make their decision. Now the fourth principle we call it as a people respond to the incentives. Now, what is the incentive? For example, most of you are, driving the bikes, riding the bikes, right? Ladies may be riding the scooter, or boys may be riding the scooter, or ladies may be riding the bike. Most of you are riding the bike. And most of you know that it is a mandatory in India to use the helmet when you're riding the bike or the scooter. It is mandatory to, use this, the helmet. It is mandatory. Now, let us say that, normally you don't use it, right? Normally people don't use it unless there is a government intervention is there. Normally people don't use the helmet. Now, let us assume that if the government of Pondicherry or government of any state decided to make it very stringent and decide to penalize the people who are not using the helmet with the 10,000 rupees, definitely will try to use the helmet. It is not because of to protect your head, but it is protect to, to save that 10,000, right? So that is normally, right? So otherwise you should use the helmet for every day, but you're not using the helmet every day because, you want to save that 10,000. Another example, for example, if there's a, increase in the price, for example, if the price of the apple is increased, normally what people will try to reduce the, the purchase or the quantity, or they will try to reduce the quantum or the quantity, or they will try to, postpone their purchases because they respond to the incentives. Because when I pay more, I'm actually penalizing it, right? Or let us say the apple price came down in the winter season, apple price came down, and people, will try to buy more because he tries to take, incentives in that form, right? So what the point is that the people will always respond to the incentive. That is a human nature, right? So most of the economic policies, any public policy which you see, you take any public policy, all the public policies around the world are based upon this principle called people will always respond to the incentive. That's why we see normally, you must have seen in the cigarette packet, there is a picture of the heart with the like the cancer and all, right? The reason is that if that image comes to the people will respond not to buy the what's called this what's called cigarette. Or you can say that if you go to any Reliance Ajio shop or Max shop, any shop you go, they normally charge the price for the cover, right? The obvious reason is that people should carry the cover, but people don't carry the cover. So automatically, what happened? People have to to be put in punishment so that they will try to bring the cover the next time. So the point is that people will always respond to the incentives, which make them like either punishment or the reward. So that is what the economic principle says. So in this the four principle, that means under the broad category of how people make decisions, people will always face trade-off. First one. Second, there is opportunity cost, right? Then there is a a concept called the rational people, and the thing at the margin, that is marginal benefit and marginal cost. And finally, we said people will respond to the incentives based upon the punishment or the reward. Now, coming to the next principle, how people interact with each other, right? Now, what is this? This principle, trade can make everyone better off. What is this? What is this? For example, look at your home, right? Suppose you want to buy a shirt, right? You want to wear a shirt. There are two options available for you. One is you can go to the market and buy a shirt, right? Second option is that you have to, you have to cultivate, make it the threads. Then you have to buy a machine. Then you have to, stitch the shirt. Then you have to use it, right? These are two options are available. So for example, another example, apple. You want to eat an apple. Only thing you can do is either you can buy apple from the market, or you have to cultivate the apple, which will take a long time, right? So that is the reason we say that the trade, the exchange of goods and services will make everyone better off, right? For example, if I decide to make apple my own, I cannot go to the other works, right? So I have to sacrifice my work. So I have to buy, right? Somebody should be there to sell the apple. If nobody is selling, all right, everybody has to make the product their own. It is not possible. So the point is here, the trade can make everyone better off. The point is that if you look at the world economy, for example, if you take Japan, if you take US, if you take Germany, if you take any countries, China or any countries, where there is a trade, they are developed. Right? If you look at sub-Saharan African countries like Ethiopia, all those places, Kenya, all those places are underdeveloped because there is no trade. So the trade can make everyone better off. It is not just about the countries. It is about the human household also can be better off because there's a trade easier. That's what I told you. If you want to eat an apple, either you can buy the apple or you have to cultivate the apple. The second option is not possible. You have to buy from the market. So to buy from the market, there should be a trader who can sell the apple for you. Right? So the point is that the Mankiv says that there should be a trade that can make everyone better off. Another example is that I am selling an apple. It is not to make you happy, but to get some earnings for me. And you buy the apple not to get money for me, but to get the benefit out of it. That's a simple difference. So the seller makes the sales to get gain out of it, and the buyer buy the product to gain out of the buy, right? So both are benefited out of the sales. That's why we say that there should be a trade there, and the trade can make everyone better off. Now, what's the markets are good ways to organize economic activity? Now, if you look at this market, when I say a market, there are basically three types of market. Basically, one is a free market economy. Second, there's a planned economy, and third one is called mixed economy. Now, what is this market? When I say market, I'm talking about the free market economy. So when I say a planned economy, where economics agent, right, the resources belongs to the government. In a planned economy, the resources belongs to the government, and the government distribute or government allocate it. In a mixed economy, the half or the major portion goes to the government, and the remaining will goes to the private. That is called as a mixed economy. So what is a market economy? When I say market economy means in an economy where there's a demand and supply plays a role. But in a planned economy, government play the role. In a mixed economy, government plus demand and supply play the role. Now, what is a market economy? For example, market economy means there's a demand and supply, right? We'll talk about demand and supply in detail in the next coming sessions. There I will talk in detail about demand and supply. Now, what is a free market economy? When I say market economy, markets are good ways to organize economic activity. For example, let us say about the chicken, right? Most of us are eating chicken or vegetables or tomatoes or onions, right? Now let us say that there's a price for there's a price increase for the what's called chicken. So tentatively, because of the economic principle, people will respond to the incentives. People will try to reduce the chicken purchases, or they will postpone their purchase of the chicken to the next time when the price comes down. right? Now what happened? Demand comes down, right? Simply demand comes down. Now, when there is a demand comes down, automatically what will happen? There will be more chicken with supplier, and the chicken will grow, and more chicken will be there in the economy without selling it, right? Because the demand came down, because there is a price increase. So automatically what will happen? The supplier will be compelled to reduce the price of the chicken. All right. So he will try to reduce the chicken because there is no taker for the chicken. So he will try to reduce the chicken prices and come down. The chicken price will come down. Now let us say that the chicken price normally it is 150 per kg. Let us say, and today the chicken price is 250. So the price is on the higher side. So since the price is on the higher side, 250, people reduce their purchase. Automatically there is a less demand for the chicken in the market, and there is a more supply in the for the chicken in the market. Now what will happen? Since there is a less purchase, there is a less demand. Automatically, seller will try to reduce the the price of the chicken. Let us say he brings the price of the chicken to 100 rupees. Normal price is 150 rupees. So when the price comes down, what will happen? As I said earlier, people will respond to the incentives. People will buy more chicken, right? People will buy more chicken to take the incentives. So automatically, when the price comes down from 250 to 100, and the normal average price is 150, automatically people will try to buy more chicken. So instead of buying vegetables, they will try to use this chicken for some various purposes. They will reduce the purchase of what's called vegetables, and they will try to use chicken, right? Because the price came down below the average. So when the price comes down, automatically demand will increase. Demand will increase. So that means more people will buy it. Automatically supply will decrease and the demand will increase it. Now what will happen? When there's a demand is more and the supply is less, automatically the supply is tend to increase the price to the another level, right? What we call in this phenomena, because it is a like the playing of demand and supply in the market, what we call the invisible hand. That means without knowing our interventions, the demand and supply will try to balance the price of the product, and they will try to and it will try to balance the demand and supply. And Adam Smith, the father of economics, called this process as the invisible hand, the hand of God. That means the demand and supply will come to the market and will play the role of balancing the price. That meaning unless there is a monopoly, a free market economy is always better because it will try to balance the demand and supply. That's why most of the countries they have moved from market economy, this planned economy and mixed economy, to the free market economy. It is not completely true always, but there are some limitations also there that we'll discuss in the coming slides. So the markets are the good ways to organize economic activity. Means the demand and supply will play the role and will try to balance the price of the product in an economy if the market is free. That is, if you are not controlling the economy and if you are leaving the entire control to the what's called the demand and supply. The questions, okay. So this free market is always good, but somebody asked me, India is following which market economy? Actually, in India, we follow a mixed economy, not a free economy. But if you look at the US, it's completely a free market economy. All right. We cannot give a clear-cut answer because in some places it is free market, in some places it's a mixed economy. But you can't find a planned economy as of now, right? Now coming to the the next principle. So I said the free market economy. Now coming to the free market, opposite of the free market economy. For example, what's called this principle, governments can sometimes improve market outcome. I said you in the last slide, I told you the demand and supply balance the price, right? But it is not always true. It is not always true. For example, let us say that is called the invisible hand is not always true. Now let us say, for example, Indian Railway. For example, Indian Railway. Indian Railway is a monopoly, right? Or we can say that electricity is a monopoly in India, right? It is not given to the private. Now let us say that if it is given to a free market economy, the electricity is given to free market economy. So the completely electricity will go to the free market economy, and the demand and supply will decide the price of electricity tariff, right? That is what we call as a free market economy. Now the point is that in certain cases, if we give everything to the, like what's called, this, what's called to the private, if there is a monopoly, that will result in market power. That means, a single seller will try to influence it, and he can, stop his sellings, right? So he can influence the market. So the point is that in that cases, the government intervention is required. That is the reason. And if you look at in India, the electricity is still in the hand of the government, and railway is mostly around in 90% is in the hand of government. Because if you give to the completely to the free market economy, right, there can be the externality, and there can be a market failure, because the resources are limited only. For example, if you give the water allocation complete to the private hand, we cannot live without water, right? And if they increase the price, we have to buy the water. We will be compelled to buy the water. Even if they increase the price of the electricity tariff, we will be compelled to buy the electricity tariff. So it is not possible. That is the reason what we say, complete free market economy is not advisable. That is why we say that government intervention or government monitoring is required in a free market economy. Otherwise, there can be market collapse can happen, and it will result in market failure, and it can result in externality. For example, another example, pollution. If you don't control the pollution, if we give everything to the factories, and if there is no control on the factory, what will happen? We will have to pay for the pollution, and automatically it will collapse our economy. So when we say the free market economy is advisable, but there are some assumptions in the free market economy, but we also need the government intervention to the to have a check on balance on the free market economy. So that is what we call as a government can sometimes improve the market. So under the how people interact, we have discussed trade can make everyone better off. I have given you an example of a couple of countries and household. Then we talked about free market economy, markets, that is demand and supply, the force of demand and supply, the balance in the price, that is invisible hand. And finally, we have discussed about government intervention in the free market economy, because there can be market power, that is concentration of economic power, and that may result in market failure and externality, what we call as a, government intervention is required. Now, the last, the broad category of the principle, how the economy as a whole works, right? Now, the first principle in this category is called 8th principle, and the first principle under this broad category. So a country's standard of living depends upon the ability to produce goods and services. Now, for example, if you look at the China, the standard of living is very high. If you look at Netherlands, the standard of living is high. If you look at UK, standard of living is very high. If you look at US, standard of living is high. If you look at some of the countries, for example, the Pakistan, the standard of living is very, very poor. If you look at the standard of living of the like Sri Lanka, it's very poor. The reason is that the production is very, very important in an economy. That's why this government, BJP government, is taking initiative. Not only this government, any government is trying to take initiative for producing within the country, right? Now, if you look at that's why we have Make in India programs and other Startup India programs. All those things are under this principle only. So what is the point is the best way to make the country develop is the production, right? So what is the production? When I say for example, if you look at the Japan, if you look at Japan, 90% of 70 to 75% to 90% of their products are exported. It is already saturated in their home country. Domestic economy is saturated. It is exporting, and they grow it, right? So what this man gives says that the standard of living can be improved by producing goods and services in the country. That is the reason we try to bring a lot of factories. For example, Apple is coming here, Samsung is coming, MG Motor is coming, Tesla is coming. So many countries are coming because we want to make more production. More production is more, employment, and more employment, more, income. More income is more buying and selling, and automatically it will, flourish the economy. So we try to bring a lot of good factories and the production centers to the country, because the principle said that a country's standard of living purely depends upon the ability to produce goods and services. Then the ninth principle, the price rise when the government prints too much money. Now, what we call inflation, right? For example, let us say that you must have seen recently the Sri Lanka is they're facing very economic crisis. You must have seen it. Now, what is the problem? There are two issues here. One is the production issue. Second is a lot of other political instability and other factors also there. But what is my point is here, in a country, right? In a country, for example, there is an inflation in there, right? We can print a lot of monies, right? We have a printing press is there. We can print a lot of monies. But what we say is that, when we print too much of money, right, that will result in inflation. For example, yesterday I went to market to buy the tomato with 20 rupees. Today I have to go with 100 rupees, right? So when there is more money in the market, automatically what will happen? The price of the value of the money will come down. Automatically, when the value of the money comes down, automatically it will result in the inflation, right? That means yesterday I paid 20 rupees for the tomato, and today I have to pay 100 rupees. That meaning is that either you can say that the price of the tomato is increased, or you can say the value of the money is decreased. These two statements you can make it. So what we call when we print too much of money in the economy, it will result in what's called the it will result in what's called the inflation, and inflation is likely to have a severe burden on the economy, of what we call the social enemy. Inflation is called as a social enemy, and that can collapse the entire economy. You can see the classic example of our neighboring states, like neighboring countries like Pakistan recently. Then you have seen the Sri Lanka in this very recently. You have seen the Bangladesh long back. You have seen Bangladesh recently. You have seen Nepal also in this category. So when you print too much of money, that will result in inflation. That's another point. The last principle. This is little difficult to understand it, but I'll try to simplify it. People will face short-term trade-off between inflation and unemployment. This is a little debated and little confusing also. For example, inflation. When I say inflation, means the price of the product is very high, right? When the price of the product is very high, right, that means, or the value of the money is reduced, automatically what will happen? People will tend to buy less product, right? So automatically, when people buy less product, automatically production will come down because there is no takers for the products. So automatically, what will happen? There'll be no job. People will send off the people. You have recently seen Google is sending off the people. You have seen Amazon is sending off the people. You have seen Twitter is sending off the people. You have seen Facebook is Meta is sending the people to the home, right? So the point is that if there is inflation is there, right? If there is a short-term inflation is there, that will result in unemployment. That balancing is there. So this is a little complicated. This is a part of macroeconomics, and it is also debated topic. It's called Philip curve. We'll discuss in detail about this topic in macroeconomics part. That time you will understand more it. So with this, I will wind up the principles of economics. So we have discussed about 10 principles of economics, and all these principles are very important in understanding economic theories and concepts. Now, my third topic: how economy works it. Now, how economy works it, I will simplify it very in a very simple way. You can see the chart here. So there are there are firms. Firms means the companies which are producing goods and services. It can be a bank, it can be an Apple company, or it can be any factory. Then we have household. Household means individuals, right? You and me, right? That's what we call as a household. Then there's a market. That means where we go and buy the goods and services. Then there's another concept, the market for factors of production. So what is the factors of production in economics? In economics means factors of production means, land, labor, capital. What we call as a factors of production, right? That means these three important parameters: labor, the land, and the capital. Capital means money. Land means the infrastructure and all, right? So these things, these three things, in economics, what we call what we call factors of production, right? Now, what economic theory says that the factors of production belongs to the society. It doesn't belongs to the companies or the firms. So remember, the factors of production belongs to the household, society, and the goods and services which is produced out of the land and labor capital belongs to the firms, right? So automatically these two things, one is land and labor capital which belongs to the society. The owners of the land, labor, capital is society. It doesn't belong to the company, right? Then there's a product and services which belongs to the company because they produce it. So what is the economics theory say that the input which is required for producing goods and services, that is called labor, land, capital, which is belongs to the society. That means the society sells the labor, land, and capital to the firms. That means labor, we go and work it. Land, somebody will sell it. Capital, which is investment, that is people in the form of market or in the form of investment. So what the economic theory says, the factors of production belongs to society, and the society sell it to the firms. The firms takes this land, labor, capital as an input, and they produce goods and services, and they sell these goods and services to the people, that is household. They buy it, right? This is what we call as a economy. Now, to simplify it in a very simple way, I'll take only 5 minutes and I'll simplify it. Now, let us say, for example, there's a coffee shop. Let us say, coffee day shop is there, right? Now, in the coffee day shop, to produce the coffee, you need labor, you need a place, that is a building, and you need capital, investment. It is required. These three things are required. Now, what the economy says, these three things belongs to the society, right? Now, coffee day, what coffee day do? Coffee day will produce the coffee, and they will sell it to the household, right? So there's a market for goods and services, and there's a market for factors of production. So in the case of market for factors of production, buyers are the firms and the sellers are household. In the case of market for goods and services, buyers are household and sellers are firms, right? Now look at the coffee day example. Suppose you want to take a coffee, right? You go to the coffee shop, you place the order for coffee. What do? You take the coffee, they make the coffee for you. How do they make the coffee? With the labor, land, and capital, right? So they got land, labor, and capital, and they make the coffee out of it, right? So you buy the coffee, right? You take the coffee and pay for, so let us say you pay 100 rupees. Now what this 100 rupees do? This 100 rupees, the owner of the coffee day will take this 100 rupees, will pay 10 rupees for, employee, 5 rupees for sugar, 5 rupees for coffee powder, 5 rupees for electricity, 5 rupees for rent, 5 rupees in the form of dividends or the payment, right? For some examples. Now what we do? So he got 100 rupees. This 100 rupees in the form of coffee price, we pay 100 rupees to the society, the firm. What the firm do? Firm distribute this money to the different stakeholders. That is the owners, the labor you have to pay, the land you have to pay for the capital or other electricity, everything. Now what happened? The money, which is 100 rupees in your hand, goes to the firm, right? What the firm do? Firm give this money to the other persons. like a sugar seller. He give the money to the tea powder seller. He give the money to the labor. Again, the money comes to the society, right? So this system, right? This system is called circular flow of diagram. That is how the economy works. That means when you buy a coffee and pay 100 rupees, the seller doesn't keep that 100 rupees in his bank account. He simply distribute among the different people, and he doesn't keep in his shelf 100 rupees. If he keeps in the 100 rupees in the shelf, then the economy will not work. It so the same 100 rupees is again multiplied and is again distributed among the society in the form of what we call as a reward, what we call as a wage, rent, profit, right? So the economy works in this format only. So this is the way how this economy works, and this is what we call the circular flow of diagram. One of the very famous diagram in economics, and you must study about this diagram, and you must understand this, circular flow of diagram. With this, yeah. So the last topic, this what we call economics of information. What is the economics of information? For example, if I set an economic question paper for you, right? I know the question, right? But you don't know, right? So there's a information gap between you and me. Suppose you have a bike, old bike is there, which is worth 50,000 rupees, but you try to sell it for 70,000 rupees, right? You know the quality of the bike, you know how the working condition, what is the mileage of your car, everything you know it, right? The buyer doesn't know, but what we call as economics of information, right? So what is the point is that the information is very, very important and it's very valued price in economics, right? For example, I don't know whether you remember it, long back, in Tirupati temple, they called a post of a peon, right? In the advertisement, they have given the qualification of the peon as a person who doesn't know how to read and write it. You know what is the reason? The reason is very simple. The peons who carry the information, they used to disclose this information outside. So they decided to stop this information by advertising a post wherein they have listed the qualification as a person who doesn't know how to read and write it. So the economists, what we call as a asymmetric information, or we call it the information asymmetry. That means they say information gap between between people. So for example, what we call, it will result in moral hazard or adverse selection. For example, in this case, what's called the bike, the actual worth is 50,000, but you're selling it for 75,000. So you are actually doing a moral hazard, right? And the other person who is buying the bike for 75,000 will result in adverse selection because his decision was actually wrong. But he doesn't know because he is having information asymmetry. Because of that is reason he purchased the product. Otherwise, if he know that this bike is worth only 50,000 and this bike is having some problems, mileage issues, quality issues, the tire issues, insurance issues, all those issues are there. In that case, he would not have decided to buy the product, right? So that what we call economics of information, what we call as a information asymmetry, and there's always information asymmetry that will always create a problem in economics or result in moral hazard or adverse selection. With this, I will stop my presentation. And so today we will have a discussion on theory of demand and supply. There is a topic which I told you that I'll be taking today. So the content for today's discussion, topics for today's discussion. First, I'll be talking about theory of demand. Then I'll talk about theory of supply. Then I'll talk about theory of demand and supply together. This is my today's presentation. So this is the topic for today's discussion: theory of demand, theory of supply, and together with the demand and supply together we'll be discussing. So first I'll talk about theory of demand. Now, what is a demand? First, before we understand what is a demand, we need to understand two another important terms which commonly we use it. First one is called need. So the human being, all the human beings are having certain needs are there. In economics, in finance, we call it a felt deprivation. For example, if you feel thirsty, you need some water. If you are hunger, you need some, like what's called food, coke or anything you need it. So the need is a concept which is normally used in economics and finance, and what we call in economics as a felt deprivation. The second term is called the little, like modified term of needs. We call it as wants. As I said, I studied human wants, right? I was using the term called human wants. Now, what is a want? The same need, right? Felt deprivation. If it is modified or if it is influenced by your culture, your belief systems, your traditions, then we can call it as a want. For example, I said hunger is a need, right? So some people may want food for hunger, rice. Some people may want Maggie. Some people may want bread. Some people may want wheat, right? Some people may want meat alone. So the wants are basically a need, but it is modified or it is influenced or it is decided by your culture, one's culture, belief and systems and traditions, so many factors. It can be even religious factors also. For example, you can see among Christians, Jews, Hindus, there are certain set of people don't eat like certain kind of meat, certain kind of food items they don't eat it. So because it is modified or it is influenced by their what's called culture or religion or belief or tradition, so on and so forth. So the when the needs are influenced by this factors, we can call it as a want. Then coming to the demand, that is our topic. So people will have need, that's damn and sure, and people will have wants. If there's a need, there's a want is there. Then, for example, my want is to buy a car, right? I want to buy a car. So I can buy a Maruti car or I can buy a Ferrari car also. But if I have money to buy Ferrari car, then I can say that there's a demand for, Gafoor is having a demand for the Ferrari car. That means the wants which are having the purchasing power or ability to purchase that particular product, then we can say there is a demand is there. So every woman wants to wear the gold, right? But some people will not have the purchasing power. We call it the purchasing power or willingness to buy or ability to buy it. But if that is there, right, we can say that there is a demand is there. So the demand is basically influenced by the willingness to buy and ability to buy it. If that is the case, we can say there is a demand for the product. So, for example, what we call orange, right? It's a need. Somebody want a need. Need is there. Then the want is orange. If he's having the money to buy it, and if he's having the willingness to buy the orange, then we can say there is a demand for it. Let us say that somebody's need is a transportation, and he wants a car, but he wants to buy Ferrari car, but he doesn't have the money. But then we can say that there is no demand for him because he is not having the willingness to. He's having the willingness to buy it, but he is not having the purchasing power to buy that particular product. So the need is a felt deprivation. Wants are basically a need which is influenced by the culture, beliefs and systems, or the traditions or religious factors or customary factors and those factors. Then the demand, when the wants are converted into demand, because if there is a willingness plus purchasing power to buy that particular product, we can say there is a demand for that particular product. Now coming to the factors which will influence the demand. Since our topic is a demand, we directly come to the demand, the concept of demand. Now, if you look at the demand, demands are influenced by several factors. I have listed so many factors. First of all, the price of the goods. For example, if there is a price is higher, we will tend to reduce our purchase because it is already ability to buy the goods only, the demand. So the price of the goods is basically a demand factor. That means it will influence your demand. That means The quantity which public will demand depends upon the price of the product, right? If the price is higher on the side, people will tend to buy less quantity. If the price is less, people will tend to buy more quantity. Second, the consumer income. For example, if you're having more income, you will tend to use more, for example, electricity, right? Now, if you're a poor family, you belongs to a poor family, you don't have much income, you will tend to use your, electricity in a limited way because you have to pay for it, right? So, but if you are having, enough money and you are rich, then there will be chances that you may tend to use this income, income for electricity for various purposes. You may buy, electrical car, you may buy a washing machine, you may buy a refrigerator, you may buy an oven, you may buy even electric cooking, equipments which can be used for these purposes. So the income of the people also influence, what the quantity which we demand in the market. So the demand is basically the quantity which we demand it based upon the ability and the willingness to buy that particular product. Now, the third one, the price of the related goods. What is the price of the related good? For example, let me give an example. You know that tea and coffee is here. Both are used in a simultaneous, on a similar way. So if the price of the tea powder is very high, people will, tend to buy, like what we call the coffee powder, and they will tend to use coffee. Or if the coffee price is very higher, they will tend to buy, like what we call as a, tea powder. They may use more tea powder. So the price of the related goods, it can be a complementary or it can be a substitute goods also. For example, in the case of tea and coffee, it's a substitute goods. That means you can replace the, the coffee with the tea powder, or tea powder can be replaced with the coffee powder if the prices changes it. So we call this substitute goods. But there are some other goods which we call as a, related products. For example, what we called, it's like cross products. For example, there is a printer and cartridges there, right? So the printer and the cartridge. For example, if you look at the price of the printer, the price of the printer is always very less. But if you look at the price of the cartridge, it will be always on the higher side, right? Or if you take the example of Gillette blade equipment is very less price, but if you go and buy the blade in a single blade, you have to pay more price. So what we call as a complementary, or we call it as a the related products. That means the demand for the blade depends upon the price of the the equipments, or the price of the Gillette equipment. The same way, the demand for what we call the cartridge in the printer depends upon the price of the printer. That's the reason you must be noting down, or you must be experiencing that the price of the printer will be always very less, and the price of the cartridge will be always on the higher side, because once you buy a printer, definitely you have to buy a cartridge. That's the reason the pricing strategy in the case of these related products are basically that way. Right. Then the taste and preferences, of course. For example, during the summer seasons, this what's called more people will buy ice creams, right? During this winter season, more people will tend to buy what's called coffees and hot items, right? So the taste, the preferences, so many factors which will also influence the demand, or the quantity which you will be buying from the market. Then another factor is called the price expectation. For example, in the case of what's called what we called as a pride goods. It's called pride goods. In certain pride goods, we always look at the price expectation. For example, the case of gold, right? You even though the price of the gold is coming down, you will tend to stop your purchases, assuming that the price will come down again tomorrow also. So that is what we call as price expectations. In the case of stock market, for example, in the case of stock market, normally people will wait for price to come down to invest in the market, or when the price goes up, they will try to sell in the market. So the price expectation, which can be a feature for family members, then the quantity demanded will be depends upon the number of people in your in your household or in your family. So the number of consumers also influence the quantity which we demand in the market. what we call as a demand. So the point I'm making is that the demands, the quantity which we buy in the market is influenced by the price of the goods, the consumer income, price of the related goods. It can be complemented, it can be substitute goods also. Then the taste and preferences, the time factor, the price expectation, number of consumers, etc. So many factors are there. For example, weather conditions also influence matter. Then the time also factor. So many factors are influencing. The demand quantity which we demand in the market. Now, in that case, so we can say in mathematically, we can say the quantity which we demand, QD is basically quantity which we demand, is a function of price. Y is normally in economics we call it as a income. Y is denoted for income because of certain Greek words. That is what normally we use it. The price of the related product, taste and preferences, right? Number of consumers, so many factors, right? So the point I'm making is that the mathematically we can say that the quantity that demanded by one person or a group of person is a function of the price, income, price of related products, taste and preferences, number of consumers, time factor, so many factors, right? You can list n number of factors. I have listed only 5 to 6 factors only. I have listed it. So basically, a demand, what we defined in the earlier slide is basically, demand is basically the quantity of the goods which people are willing to buy and able to do, able to buy it. That is, there is a purchasing power. Is influenced by the price of the goods, consumer income, price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, time, taste, so many factors also there, right? So it is mathematically proved as quantity demanded is a function of price, income, price of related products, taste and preferences, number of consumers, time, weather conditions, so many factors, etc., etc. Now, what is the law of demand? What the law of demand is says? So the law of demand says that when other things remain equal, I'll tell you what is the word called other things remain equal. The quantity of the demand, quantity of the goods demanded falls when the price comes down, and the quantity will increase, right? Quantity will increase, right? Or quantity will come down if the price increase. Meaning, I'll repeat it again. The law of demand says that the quantity demanded falls when the price is increases, and the quantity get increases when the price comes down, right? When other things remain equal. The meaning, the law of demand explains the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. Now, coming back to my factors, I have listed you a lot of factors which are influencing the quantity which we demanded. But the law of demand talks about only the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity which we demanded. That means when other things remain equal, that's the word we have used it. When other things remain equal, that means when the consumer income remain unchanged, when the price of related goods remain unchanged, when the taste and preference remain unchanged, when the price and expectations remain unchanged, the number of consumers remain unchanged. If the quantity demanded changes based upon the price of the goods, then we can say that there is that process, that system is what we call as a law of demand. So the law of demand says that when the price increases, the quantity comes down, and when the prices decreases, quantity which is demanded will increase it. That we call as a law of demand. That means basically when other things remain equal, that means the price of the related goods, income, everything, other things remain same. And when there's a change in the demand or the quantity which we demanded, there's based upon the price of the product, and then we can say there's a law of demand is there. And the law of demand explains the inverse relationship between the price and the quantity which we demanded. So if we put the graph on the diagram, right, on the x and y axis, if we put it, we can see that when the price increases, the quantity comes down. That means when the price is at the P1, that's higher side, right? The quantity which is demanded is Q1, quantity 1. When the price comes down, P2, the quantity demanded increases to Q2 from Q1. And when the price comes down to P3, that is, from P2 to P3, the quantity demanded increase from Q2 to Q3, right? That means the quantity which is demanded by the people is influenced by the price, and the law of demand says that when the price increases, the quantity demanded comes down, and when the prices comes down, quantity demanded increase it. What we call is the law of demand. So I repeat it. The demand is influenced by price, consumer income, price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, and other factors. Now, what is the law of demand? Law of demand is talking about only the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. And the theory says that, the law says that when the price increases, quantity comes down, and when the price comes down, quantity increases. That is the relationship between the law, the price and the quantity demanded. What we call as a law of demand, we call it as a demand curve. This graph, when this relationship is plotted in a graph, we call it a demand, curve. What this called as a demand relationship, right? Now, I have put it in a like a tabular format. The same, for example, in the case of ice cream, when the price is at 10, the quantity demanded is 30, and when the price increased to 15, the quantity demand remained 30. But again, when the price is increased to 20, the quantity demand came down to 25, and it goes like that. That means at the 40, the quantity demanded is 10, and at the price of 10, the quantity demanded is 10. That means in the case of a law of demand, there is inverse relationship between the quantity demanded and the price of the product. That is what we call law of demand. Now, a shift in demand. What is a shift in demand? I told you the quantity which is demanded is influenced by several factors, not just by the price, right? And the law of demand talks about the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity demanded. That is what we call as a law of demand. So, what will happen to the demand when there is income change, when there is a change in the price of related goods, when there is a change in the taste and preferences, and so factors, right? So, what we call this process? What we call as a shift in demand. That means when the shift in demand, all right, what is a shift in demand is basically when the price remain unchanged, right? When the price remain unchanged, right? In the case of law of demand, we said when other things remain unchanged. But here, what we use the word when the price remain equal or price remain unchanged, right? The quantity demanded can be changed if the income, the price of the related goods, the taste and preference, price expectation, number of consumers changes it. In this relationship, we call it a shift in demand. That means the law of demand is a relationship between the price and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand is the relationship between the quantity demanded and other factors like income, related price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, etc. So, what we call this process as a shift in demand, because it is basically not purely related to the price, because the price is an important factor. That's why we call it a law of demand. Now, coming to the point, when the price remain unchanged, right? For example, the ice cream price remain same throughout the year, right? But there can be change in the quantity demanded for the ice cream based upon the weather of the based upon the climate or based upon the weather. So normally during the summer season, there will be demand for the ice cream. It is not because of the price, it is because of the weather, right? Now in the winter season, you can see that there will be less demand for the shift. There's less demand for the ice cream because it is because of the weather only, not because of the price, right? So Because of other factors other than the price, there can be change in the quantity which is demanded, what we call as a shift in demand. It can be a consumer income, it can be price of related goods, it can be taste and preferences, it can be price expectation, it can be number of consumers, it can be your the weather conditions, it can be climate, it can be other factors also, what we call as a shift in demand. So remember students, the law of demand or demand is influenced by several factors, and the law of demand is talking about the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand talks about the relationship between the quantity demanded and other factors other than the price of the shift in demand. Normally, you must have seen in this diagram, right? We have a slope, right? Downward curve. We call it a downward curve. So we cannot again draw it. It is not possible because we have given price one side and we have given quantity on the other side. On one axis we have given the price, and another axis we have given quantity which is demanded. So it is not possible to again draw it. So what normally we use it, we use the same diagram, but what normally we use it as a shift in like for example in this is called as a the price curve, but these two are basically called as a like a shift in demand. So I'll explain what is shift in demand. So when there is an increase in the price, that means during the summer seasons there will be change, there will be increase in the demand for ice creams, right? Automatically what will happen, the quantity will increase it, that means the D1 will go to the D2, that means the demand curve will move to the right side if there is a increase in the demand because of other factors other than the price. Now, for example, during the winter season, the demand can come down, right? Because normally people don't use, don't eat, don't prefer ice creams during the winter seasons. So automatically demand for ice cream will come down during the winter sessions or winter seasons. So automatically what will happen, the demand, the quantity which is demanded during the winter season will come down. So we call it as a D3. That means the shift of curve to the left side, we call it as a decrease in demand, and the shift of demand curve to the right side, we call it as a increase in demand. So the students, please remember, we can draw the diagram in multiply by replacing the price. We can draw it, but normally what we in economics we call it as a, we will use the same curve and we will try to draw the diagram by using the shift in demand curve by either the right side or left side, depending upon the increase or decrease. So that is what we call as a shift in demand. So I just repeat it. The law of demand is the relationship between price of the goods and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand is basically other factors and the quantity demanded. That is what we call as a shift in demand. Some examples I have given you. For example, consumer income. As the income increases, the demand for normal goods will increase it. As the income increases, the demand for inferior goods will decrease. This is some little complicated. I'll just brief you in for example, what is normal goods? For example, rice is basically a normal good, right? Then what is the inferior goods? For example, let us say I'm a poor man, right? So since I'm a poor man, right, I normally use a tapioca or some locally available the food. I don't use rice. I don't use basmati rice, or I don't use quality rices. I don't use it. So automatically, what theory says that when the income increases, automatically the demand for the product should increase. That is what normally we say it. But in the case of certain goods, for example, let us say I am taking ration rice, right? Normally, people at lower income level only take the ration prices. For example, let us say that I'm a poor guy. I don't have income, so I normally take the ration price. So automatically, what happened? The shift in demand says that when my income is increased, for example, government is giving me more, subsidy and more, cash they are giving in the form of like labor or some in the form of some incentives or some pensions, right? So automatically my income is increased, right? So automatically what will happen? My demand for the rice should increase it. But what I do, instead of buying the same ration rice, I tend to buy the basmati rice or some costly rice, which is about 30 rupees or 50 rupees. So automatically what happened? The demand for the actual rice is remains same, right? But demand for other rices increases. That is what we call as inferior goods. So in the case of inferior goods, if there is an increase the income, the demand for the inferior goods will come down or will remain same. And for normal goods, the demand will increase it. That is what we call as a normal goods and inferior goods. Now, in the case of price of related goods, what is the price of related goods? I told you, like example of the tea powder and coffee powder, right? So I said you that when the price of the coffee powder increases, automatically people will switch over to the coffee powder, right? The same way, in the case of if the price of the tea powder increases, automatically people will prefer to switch over to coffee powder. That is we call as substitute products. Then there is another product what we call as a complementary products, or we call as a like as I said example, like what's called this cartridge and printer, right? So when the price of the cartridge, when the price of the printer increases, automatically demand for the cartridge will come down because people will not buy the printer. If there is no printer, there is no cartridge, all right? So that we call as a complementary goods. So the price of the related goods and the quantity demanded depends upon the type of goods, which is a substitute or it can be complementary goods. In the case of substitute good, there is a parallel relationship is there, but in the case of complementary goods, there is an inverse relationship is there. That means when the price of one product, what is called as a printer increases, the demand for the cartridge will come down because both are a complementary product. That means the printer cannot be used without cartridge, and the cartridge cannot be used without printer. That's called as a complementary or complementary goods. So we have discussed the law of demand. We have discussed shift in demand also. Now I just summarize it. The law of demand represent the price and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand represent the other factors like income, the price of related goods, taste, expectation, number of buyers, and change in the quantity demanded. That is a relationship. Now I'll go to the supplies. What is supply? So we have discussed the law of demand. What is a demand? What are the factors which are influencing the demand? The law of demand and the shift in demand also we have discussed. We come to the point of the law of supply or the supply. What is supply? So in the case of demand, I want to simplify it. In the case of demand, we look at the definition. The amount of a good that buyers are willing and able to buy it, right? That means the quantity the buyers are ready to buy and they have the purchasing power to buy it. That is what we call as a demand. Now coming to the definition of supply, all right? What is supply? Is the amount of quantity that sellers are ready to supply or willing to supply and able to sell it. What we call as a quantity supply or the supply. So the demand is basically the function of the consumers, and the quantity supply or the supply is basically the function of the sellers. So what is supply? Supply is basically the quantity which is the seller is ready to sell and able to sell it. What we call say quantity supply or the supply. I'll give you an example which will make you understand what is the difference. Let us say I'm a wheat producer. So let us say that I'm a wheat producer. So I produce the wheat, I sell it in the market. Let us say my cost of producing 1 kg of wheat is 10 rupees. Let us say 10 rupees. and I have the quantity to sell, right? I'm also willing to sell it also, right? But the problem is that it is at 10 rupees. My cost of production is 10 rupees. I want a margin of 10 rupees. So I have to sell it for 20 rupees. But let us say that the price in the market, the normal price in the market for the wheat is basically 5 rupees. And my cost of production is basically 10 rupees. So I cannot sell it because I cannot sell it for loss, right? I told you yesterday, seller is selling for his benevolence and the buyer is buying it for his benevolence, right? That's what I told you yesterday. Now, what is the supply says that? Supply says that seller should be ready and seller should be able to sell it at a price which he demands it or which he wants to sell it. That's what we got to say, quantity is supplied. Now, like in the case of demand, the quantity or the supply also influenced by the price of the goods that is able to sell it. Second, input prices, that means the materials, other, like land, labor, capital. Then the technology which is used for the production, the price expectations, the number of sellers in the market, like in the case of demand. So the quantity supplied is influenced by the price of the good, the input prices, that means the raw material prices, the technology which is available, because if you want to produce more goods, you need more sophisticated technology. The price of price expectation, right? And the number of sellers, number of supplies in the market. All these factors decide what is the quantity which is to be supplied to the market by the seller, right? Now, what will be the definition of what will be the law of demand? What will be the the mathematical equation of the supply? As in the case of demand, the quantity supplied is a function of price, input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, weather conditions, etc. Right? The same definition, same mathematical equation. So the quantity supplied the market is a function of the price, raw material prices, that is called input prices, the technology which they use it, the price expectations, number of sellers in the market, weather conditions, right? So many factors are there. What we call as a demand, supply function. All right. Now, what will happen to the law of supply? Now, let us see what is the law of supply. The same in the case of law of demand. The law of supply explains the relationship between the price and the quantity supplied in the market. So, the law of supply explains the relationship between the price and the quantity which is supplied in the market. Right? Now, what does the law of demand says? Law of supply says. Law of supply says that when other things remain equal, that is the input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, etc. When other things remain unchanged or when other things remain equal, the quantity supplied, right? The quantity supplied increases when the prices increases, and the quantity supplied decreases when the price decreases, right? There's a parallel relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. But in the case of demand, they say opposite. There is an inverse relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. But in the case of law of supply, there is a parallel relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. Meaning, when the price increases, the seller tries to sell more products, right? And when the price comes down, the seller tries to reduce the price. The seller tries to reduce the quantity which is supplied in the market, right? Now, if you plot the same diagram, right, the price and the quantity supplied. In the case of law of demand, you got an downward curve, right? You got a downward curve. But in the case of a law of supply, you will get a upward curve, what we call as a parallel relationship between the law of the law of supply. That is the price and the quantity supplied. That means at the price 3, the quantity supplied is Q3, and the price 2, the quantity supplied is Q2, and the price 1, quantity supplied is Q1. That means when the price increases from P1 to P2, quantity supplied increases from Q1 to Q2, and when the price increases from Q2 to P3, the quantity supplied increase from Q2 to Q3. That is a relationship. That means the relationship between the law of the supply, quantity supplied, and the price is basically a parallel relationship. That means when the price increases, quantity supplied increases, and when the price comes down, the quantity supplied decreases. This is the law of supply. The same example, right? At the price 10, the quantity supplied is 10. At the price 40, the quantity supplied is 35. That means when the price increases, quantity supplied also increases. And when the price comes down, quantity supplied also decreases. All right. Now, what is the law of, what is the shift in supply? The case of the same in the case of, sorry, they say some. What is the law of this shift in supply? So when I said earlier, the quantity supplied is influenced by the price, input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers. And the law of supply talks about the relationship between price and the quantity supplied when other things remain equal. Now here the price remain equal, right? Other things keeps on changing. That is input prices, right? Technology, price expectations, number of sellers. So the shift in supply says that the quantity supplied can be changed when the input prices changes, when the technology changes, when there is an expectation in the prices, and when number of sellers changes it. For example, let us say the raw material prices increased. Automatically, the quantity supplied will come down because you cannot sell it more at more prices. Or you have a more sophisticated technology. All right, you will try to produce more products, so supply will increase it. Suppose you think that today's apple price is 100 rupees. There is a likely chance that tomorrow the apple price may go to 150 rupees. So what you will do? You will try to not to sell the product today. You will try to sell the product tomorrow. Right? Number of sellers in the market. For example, more numbers are there. Automatically, you will try to reduce your supply because automatically you can get the benefit of supply, shortage of supply. Right? So the point I'm making is that the law of supply, that is shift in supply, says that when the price remain equal, when the price remain unchanged, if there is a change in demand due to the input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, etc., we call it a shift in demand. That is the relationship between other things, other factors, and the quantity supplied is called as a shift in demand. Same curve, right? So the what we said, the price and the quantity supplied is an upward curve. On the right side, right? When there is a shift in supply, right? That means increase in there, it will go to the right side, and if there is a decrease, it will go to the left side, right? The same in the case of quantity demanded or shift in demand curve. The same is the law of supply. I sum up the law of supply. The law of supply is basically the relationship between the price and the quantity supply, and the shift in supply is basically the relationship between input prices, technology, expectation, and number of prices. That is the relationship between these factors and the quantity demanded. That's what we call the law of shift in supply. Now, what is equilibrium price? This is a little complicated, and I have to simplify it. So, what is equilibrium? And what is equilibrium? and what is the equilibrium price and what is the equilibrium quantity. Now, we have discussed, look at the slides earlier. We have discussed the law of demand. We have discussed shift in demand. We have discussed law of supply, and we have discussed shift in supply. Now, we have discussed independently. We have discussed each one independently. That is law of demand separately, the law of supply separately. Right? Now we'll discuss together. Right? The demand and supply together. We'll discuss it. Now I told you. Remember, the demand is basically the quantity demanded, and the supply is basically the quantity which is supplied in the market. In simple terms. Now, what is a equilibrium? I told you the seller is ready to sell at a price which is comfortable for him, right? And the buyer is ready to buy at a price which is comfortable for the buyer, right? So, what is equilibrium price means? The price which is agreed by the buyer and which is agreed by the seller. Now, when I say agreed, when I use the word agreed, it is not a term called agreed. It is basically implied meaning, right? So, what the equilibrium means? Equilibrium means it is a situation in which, right, the price has reached the level where the quantity supplied is equal to quantity demanded. Meaning, it is a price, right, which is agreed by the seller, which is agreed by the buyer. That means, at a particular point price, the seller is ready to sell it, and buyer also ready to buy it. For example, I told the example yesterday. Normally, the chicken price is 200 rupees. Let us say chicken price is 150 rupees. Let us say normal average price is 150 rupees. So, at the 150 rupees, the seller is ready to sell it because he gets a profit. And buyer also ready to buy it because it is economical for him. That is what we call as equilibrium. That situation, that level is called as equilibrium level. Now, what is the equilibrium price? Equilibrium price means the price, right, at which quantity is supplied and the quantity demanded, right? And what is the equilibrium quantity? The quantity supplied and the quantity demanded at the price which is agreed. What we call as the equilibrium quantity or equilibrium price. So, what is equilibrium? Equilibrium means, right, the level at which the price and the quantity is agreed by both buyer and seller, right? If it is a price, it is called equilibrium price. If it is a quantity, we call it equilibrium quantity. Now, come to the point. What we said, example of chicken, at 150 rupees, the seller is ready to sell it, and the buyer is ready to buy it, right? So 150 is the equilibrium price. Normally, average people buy 1 kg quantity. You can say that equilibrium quantity is 1 kg quantity per person, right? So equilibrium means the situation where the price has reached the level where the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied, is equal, intersect each other. If I draw you the diagram, you will understand it. Now let us say this, like I have given you the two, schedule. One is a demand, second one is supply. So first I will discuss about the demand schedule, then I'll talk about the supply schedule. Now look at the demand schedule. At the price 10, the quantity demanded is 30. That means when the price is down, more quantities demanded. And when the price goes to 40 rupees, the quantity demanded is 10. That means when the price goes to 40, the quantity demanded comes down to 10, from 30 to 10. Now coming to the supply side, in the case of at a price of 10, the quantity supplied is 10, and at the price of 40, the quantity supplied is 35. That means when the price is less, quantity supplied is less, and when the price is goes to 40, the quantity supplied increases to 35. Now look at the price 25. Look at the price 25. Now 25, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is 20. That means it is a price agreed by the supplier and the price agreed by the buyer. So the 25 can be called as an equilibrium price and 20 can be called as an equilibrium quantity. That means at 25 rupees, the quantity demanded is equal to the quantity supplied. That means at 25 rupees, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is 20. What we call as an equilibrium level. And the price, that is 25, we call as equilibrium price, and the quantity 20 we call as equilibrium quantity. Clear? Although normally we said in the case of law of supply, the supply curve is always upward curve. So we have drawn upward curve. That means it is because of the price and the quantity supplied relationship. The relationship says that when the price increases, the quantity also increases. That means at this price, the quantity supplied is this. At this price, that means this price, quantity supplied is this. That means when the price increases, the quantity supplied also increases. So automatically, there is an upward curve is there. Now I draw the quantity demanded. That is demand curve. As I said earlier, in the case of law of demand, there is an inverse relationship between the law of the price and the quantity demanded. So there is a downward curve is there, right? That means when the price increases, the quantity demanded comes down, and when the prices comes down, quantity demanded increases, right? So I put both the law of demand and the law of supply together in a graph. One is a downward, that's the law of demand curve is a downward, and the upward curve is the law of supply or the supply curve. Now look at the equilibrium, 25, right? Right? Look at the quantity. Now if you look at this graph, at 25, at the price 25, at the price 25, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is called 20. We call it the equilibrium quantity and the equilibrium price, right? That is a point where the demand curve and the supply curve intersect each other. What we call as equilibrium. What we call as equilibrium in economics or in finance, right? So with this, I will stop it, right? I'll take 5 minutes for question answer. Then I will, wind up it. So the equilibrium is basically the quantity which is agreed by both buyer and the seller. Here it is called 25 is the equilibrium price and quantity is 20 is the equilibrium quantity. In the last class, we were talking about equilibrium and I have discussed what is equilibrium, right? So I repeat it again. Equilibrium is a price which is agreed by, right? Or it is the intersecting point of demand and supply together, right? That is, this is the point where the quantity supplied is equal to quantity demanded. And when we talk about the equilibrium price, it is a price at which the supply is ready to buy. Supply is ready.
Sir, your voice is very low.
Is it? Actually, I'm not well actually, but anyway, I'll try to take it. Is it audible? Am I audible, students?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, sir.
So the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity, that is what we have discussed in the last class. So equilibrium price is the price which is agreed by the buyer and agreed by the seller also, right? That is what we discussed in the last class. Now, in this case, right, if you look at this case, at price 25, the equilibrium quantity is 20. That is, it's the intersecting point of demand and supply. That is, at this particular point, right, at this 25 price, buyer is ready and the seller is also ready. When I say the ready, meaning he is agreed to buy and he is agreed to sell it, right? Now, coming to the point, let us say that the price goes from 25 to 30, right? So the equilibrium price is 25. Now the price goes from 25 to 30. What the law of demand says? When the price increases, the quantity demanded will come down, right? So when the price went to 30, the quantity demanded came down from 20 to 10, right? And what does supply says? Supply says that when the price increases, the supplier will increase the quantity, right? That means the quantity supplied will go from 20 to 30, right? Now look at the point, right? Look at the point. At 25 rupees, that is equilibrium price, the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded is 20. That means there is no difference. But at 30 rupees, quantity supplied is 30 and the quantity demanded is 10. There is a difference is there, right? We call this concept as a surplus because the law of demand and law of supply says that when the price increases, automatically the supplier will sell more quantity. And the law of demand says that when the price increases from 25 to 30, the quantity demanded will come down. So automatically what will happen? There will be surplus in the market, right? Now let us look at the opposite of that. Let us say that the price is 25, equilibrium price is 25 and the equilibrium quantity is 20. Now let us say price is coming from 25 to 20, coming down, right? What the law of demand says? The law of demand says that when the price decreases, the quantity demanded will increase it, right? That means when the price came down from 25 to 20, the quantity demanded went to 30. And what the law of supply says? The law of supply says that when the price decreases, the quantity supplied will come down, right? That means at 25 equilibrium price, the quantity supplied was 20, but when the price came down to 20, the equilibrium quantity, that means the supply came down to 10. There is a difference there, right? We call this concept as a shortage, right? So what is the point I make is that when the price move from 20, that means equilibrium, to the below or above the equilibrium, the demand and supply will match the price and it will rectify it, right? Now I'll come to the point. What is the point here? Look at the surplus and shortage. When the price is greater than equilibrium price, the quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded, right? That means there is excess supply there, right? When we come to the shortage, that means when the price is less than equilibrium price, the quantity demanded, right, is higher than the quantity supplied, right? So this is a scenario. Now look at the surplus. When there is excess supply is there, or when there is a surplus supply is there, automatically what will happen? The seller is made to reduce the price of the product. And the same is in the case of the shortage. When there is a shortage of supply, right? That means when there is a more demand for the product, automatically what will happen? The supply is bound to increase the price of the products. That means the point is that the Adam Smith has told that The invisible hand of demand and supply will play the market role in a free market economy, and always the market will be in the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity, right? That means the no supplier can sell the product at a increased price level or at a equilibrium, more than equilibrium price level, because the forces of demand and supply will bring down the prices to the normal level. At the same time also, no seller can sell the product below the equilibrium prices also, because when you sell the quantity at a below equilibrium prices, automatically there will be more demand for the product and there will be shortage of supply. Automatically you try to increase the price of the product. Automatically it will go from below the equilibrium to the above the that equilibrium price. So this market forces, that is demand and supply, will intervene in the market. That is what free market economy says, that this demand and supply will intervene in the market and they will try to match the price in the market. What we call as an invisible hand, according to Adam Smith. Now, I told you, all right, we were talking about the law of demand, right? So the law of demand and law of supply is talking about the price and the relationship, the price and the quantity relationship. But we have discussed that the demand and supply is influenced by several factors, right? Not just by the price alone, right? What we call as a shift in demand or shift in supply, right? For example, the season, the taste and preferences. So many factors also will influence the demand and supply. Now, how these factors will influence the equilibrium prices and equilibrium quantity. Now, let us say, I told you the last class, in a market, the demand curve can shift to the right or it can shift to the left also. The supply also, it can go to the right or it can come to the left also. For example, let us say hot weather is there, right? So during the hot weather, right, automatically there will be more demand for, ice cream, right? There will be more demand for the ice cream. So automatically when there is a more demand for the ice cream, automatically what will happen? The supplier will try to increase the prices, right? So this is not because of the price, it is because of the weather condition, all right? So since there is a weather change is there in the society, automatically there is more demand for the ice cream because of the heat, and automatically the seller will try to increase the prices, right? So when you increase the prices, automatically what will happen, all right? There will be less demand for it, right? Less demand for it. So when there is a less demand for it, automatically what will happen? The seller is again bound to reduce the price irrespective of the factor. So the point I'm making is that whether it's a law of demand or whether it's shift in demand, in both cases, right, the equilibrium will be adjusted and the market will decide on equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. So this process, right, this equilibrium process will influence the market and it will keep the prices at an equilibrium level and the quantity at an equilibrium quantity. So whether it is a shift in demand or whether it is shift in supply or whether it is a increase in demand, demand and supply theory, whatever it may be, these factors will influence and market will decide on it. Now, if you want to decide on this, if you go in deep into that, right, you can read out you can read out it. You can just
decide whether the event shifts the supply or demand curve or both. Decide whether an event shifts the supply or demand curve or both. Demand. Decide whether the curve shifts to the left or to the right. You said that the curve shifts to the left or the right.
So the point is that if you want to decide the changes in equilibrium, you can decide whether there is a shift in supply or demand curve, or both. It can be both also. Or you can decide on whether there is a curve is shifted to the left or right. You can decide based upon that also. You can decide it. Or you can use demand and supply diagram to see how it affects the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. Now look at this point, you will understand it. No change in demand, right? Price remains same, right? Quantity remains same, right? Now there is an increase in demand, price goes up, quantity also goes up, right? Then the price is ambiguous, quantity is also up down. So this is basically a summary of that. I think I'll go to the elasticity. Yeah, I'll go to another topic called elasticity because we have taken more time on demand and supply. But this topic is also very important, so I have to teach this topic also. So I'll go to the elasticity and its application. Now, what is this elasticity and its application? How it works? Now, if you look at the law of demand and the law of supply, it gives you a direction, right? For example, somebody asks you the house of your neighbor, right? You can tell them two ways. One is that you can go to the right, then take the left. So this is a direction, right? Or you can say that you walk around 300 meter, take the right, again walk 200 meter, right? There are two options are available. Which option is more precise? Students, which option is
Second one.
more precise?
The second one, yeah.
That is called elasticity. So the law of demand and the law of supply and the shift in demand and shift in supply gives you a direction. But the elasticity tells you the exact magnitude of direction. That is, it is quantifying the level of change in the demand and supply. That is what we call as elasticity. Now, some terms, elastic means there is a change is there. Inelastic means there is no change, or we can call it as a minimal change. Why I'm teaching you this terms is that when I'm using this slide, I'll be using mostly like elastic and inelastic. So the elastic means there is a change. Inelastic means there is no change or there is a minimal change in there. So you have to keep in mind before starting the class, right? So we can study the elasticity based upon the price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, and the promotion elasticity. So I'll first talk about the elasticity of demand, right? Now, what is the price elasticity of demand? It is simple. Price elasticity of demand is the measure of how much change in quantity demanded when there is a change in the price, right? So the law of demand is talking about the direction, but here we precisely quantify how much quantity changed when there is a change in the price. So we call it as a price elasticity of demand. We normally denote this as a elasticity of price as a EP, right? Now, a price elasticity of demand depends upon the nature of commodity, availability of the close substitute, the alternative use of the product, durability of the goods in the market, definition of the market. I'll talk about that. Then the time also, the factor, right? Now, for example, nature of the commodity, right? Let us take nature of the commodity, right? Let us say if the good is, the product is lecturing, right? So when the product is more lecturing, it is more tend to be elastic, That means there will be magnitude of change will be there, right? Now, if the product is having the close substitutes, right? That means if I don't get this product, I can use another product instead of that. In that case also, the elasticity will be more, right? Then, for example, the good is one-time usable, right? In that case also, the elasticity will be more. Suppose the product is like the durable. For example, you can keep the tomato for a long time. In that case also, the elasticity will be more. So depending upon the nature of the goods, like nature of the commodity, substitute category, alternative use of the product, derivative of the goods, and different factors, right? Based upon that, elasticity will change it. So elasticity will be more in the case of luxury goods. It will be more in the case of close substitutes. It will be more in the case of single use. It will be more in the case of durable goods. And it will be more in the case of long run also, right? Now, computing the price elasticity, right? So what is the price elasticity? How we calculate? So percentage change in the quantity demanded. That means EP is equal to the percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price. So this is the way we calculate elasticity of price, right? So mathematically, EP is equal to percentage of change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Right? I think you know the symbols and all, right? Now, type of price elasticity. There are different type of price elasticity. Since it is a magnitude, there are different type of elasticity. So the first one is perfectly elastic. Second one is elastic demand. Then we have unit elastic. Then we have perfectly inelastic demand. Then we have inelastic demand. Now, perfectly elastic. What is a perfectly elastic? That means the quantity demanded changes infinitely with any change in price. That means a minor change in the price, will lead to a big increase or decrease in the quantity demanded. That is we called as a perfectly elastic. I told you the word elastic means there is a change. Inelastic means there is no change or there is a minimal change. So here it is a perfectly elastic. When we say perfectly elastic, a small variation in the price, increase or decrease, will result in indefinite or infinite change in the quantity demanded. That means the price is 4 rupees, right? The price goes to, from the 4, it goes to the 5. The quantity demanded will change like anything. That is what we call as a, what we call as a perfectly elastic, right? Second, this elastic demand. What is this elastic demand is? Here, the quantity demanded respond to the changes in the price little strongly, not like the previous one, right? In the previous one, if there is a small change, automatically the quantity demanded goes in a bigger change, right? But here in this case, the elasticity of demand is, this elasticity is there, but the elasticity is not that bigger. That means the price elasticity of the demand is greater than 1. If you calculate mathematically, it is greater than 1 only, right? What we call as a elastic demand. That means when the price move from 4 to 5, the quantity changes is 50%. So the price changes is 20%, but the quantity changes is 50%. But in the case of earlier one, right? The earlier one, the changes is very big, right? Now, unit elastic. What is a unit elastic? It's a proportional change. That means the price changes by 20%, quantity demand also changes by 20%. We call it a unit elastic. That means the price is increased by 20%, quantity demanded is decreased by 20%. What we call as a unit elastic. Okay. Now coming to the perfectly inelastic, use the word inelastic. That means either there is no change or there is a minimal changes. Right? What is a perfectly inelastic demand? The quantity demanded does not respond to the price. Right? For example, if you take the price of the salt, right? If you change the price of the salt, since there is no alternative, there is no change in the demand. It's inelastic, right? So the point is, there is a change is there, the quantity remain unchanged. It can be a product of like I told you this what is called salt. There is no alternative for the salt, right? In that case, it will be perfectly inelastic. That means even if the price is increased, you have to buy that particular product. For example, in the case of medicines, right? In the case of medicines, if there is a price, like increased, we have to buy it. We cannot, stop it. Then inelastic. So in the case of inelastic, there is a change is there, but change is very narrow. That means the price is increased by 20%, but it rates only, minimal percentage, what we call inelastic demand. Right? So the point is that here the price is increased by 20%, but the quantity demanded is, decreased by only 10%. So we can call it as an inelastic. I told you, remember the word inelastic means there is a no change or there is a light change, slight change, what we call as an inelastic demand. If you calculate mathematically, you will get the point. Right. Now, income elasticity of demand. Just replace with the price. That's the difference. That means the percentage change in the quantity demanded when there is a percentage change in the income. For example, when we have, yesterday we had 100 rupees per day, but today we have 500 rupees per day, right? Automatically, the consumption will increase it. So that is called as an income elasticity of demand. That means the income elasticity of demand measure the change in the quantity demanded to the change in the income of the consumer. What we call as an income elasticity of demand. Mathematically, it is called as EY. Y is normally in economics, Y is denoted as an income because of like a Greek terminology. Mathematically, if you look at the income elasticity of demand, EY is equal to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in quantity, income of the consumer. Now, what are the different types of income elasticity? Like there are two types of goods in economics. There are two types of good. One is normal good. Second one is called the inferior good. So what is a normal good? Normal good is a good which is normally used by most of us, right? Now, what is inferior good means? For example, I told you in the last few, I think I told you in the last class. Now, let us say, for example, somebody is eating the, like what's called rice, normal ration rice, which is available for 10 rupees or 5 rupees. So their income per day was 100 rupees. But today, because of the government intervention, they get 500 rupees per day. So automatically what will happen? They will, change the rice from ration rice to some other rices. So in this case, the ration rice is called as an inferior good, right? And the normal good is called as a normal rice, right? So that is a difference. So in the economics, we have two types of good. One is normal good, second one is inferior good. And based upon that also, income elasticity will change it. We will see it. So income elasticity, we have we call it as a positive income elasticity. Then we have zero income elasticity. Then we have negative income elasticity. Now, what is a positive income elasticity? Quantity demanded and the income move in the same direction, right? For example, yesterday you bought a meat of 100 rupees. Your income is increased, right? You bought more meat. So yesterday you bought 1 kg. Today also your income is increased. So you buy more quantity of the meat. What we call say positive income elasticity, right? Now we have zero income elasticity. That means there's no change. For example, our income is increased. Will you buy more salt? No, nobody will buy more salt. Income is increased. Will you buy more tablet? No, it doesn't make any changes. So we call it zero income elasticity. That means irrespective of the income, there's no change in the quantity demanded, right? That is what we call as a zero income elasticity. What we call as a neutral goods. Now, what is a negative income elasticity? I told you inferior goods. So in the case of this example, classic example, yesterday you bought the ration rice for 10 rupees and today your income is increased. You switch over from ration rice to normal rice, right? So automatically what will happen? The demand, because when the income is increased, the demand for the ration rice is decreased. That is what we call as inferior goods, right? So the inferior goods where we measure the quantity demanded against the inferior goods only. So there should not be any confusion, right? So yesterday when there was an income of 100 rupees per day, they spent their 10 rupees for this particular ration rice. But today they get 500 rupees. So what they do, instead of buying 10 rupees rice, they switch over to 50 rupees rice, 50 rupees or 40 rupees rice, right? So automatically what will happen? When the income is increased, the demand for this ration rice, what we call inferior good, is decreased. What we call negative income elasticity. So we have positive income elasticity, then we have zero income elasticity, then we have negative income elasticity. Now, what is the cross elasticity of demand? Now, what is the cross elasticity of demand? There are different type of goods. I told you substitute goods are there, right? Like complementary goods are there, like so many goods are there. Now, what is a cross elasticity of demand means? The percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price of the quantity, price of the product. Now, for example, I told you there are a lot of goods are there, substitute products are there, like tea and coffee is there.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, can you please show me? Thank you, sir. I just want to show this slide.
The cross elasticity means percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price of other products. When we say why other product, right? Now we have a positive cross elasticity and we have negative cross elasticity. Now what is this? I will make you understand it. Now what is a positive cross elasticity? For example, tea and coffee, right? Now let us say that tea and coffee, we can use it as a substitute. Tea and the coffee, we can use it as a substitute. That means if we don't get the tea, we can buy coffee, right? Now let us say that the tea price is increased. The tea price is increased. What we will do? We will buy coffee. When the price of the tea went up, the demand for the coffee went up. Remember, when the price of the tea went up, the demand for the coffee went up, right? That is what we call as a positive cross elasticity. We don't say that when the price of the tea went up, the quantity demanded of the tea reduced. We don't say that. What we say, when the price of the tea powder went up, the quantity demanded for the coffee powder increased. What we call it as a positive cross elasticity. Now, what is a negative cross elasticity? I told you that the printer and cartridge, the Gillette blade and its machine, right? Now, the most of the people who are using this Gillette blade and this Gillette machine, shaving machines, they know that, right? Now, what happened? Right? When in this case, in this my PPT, I have given computer and OS, right? Now, when the computer price goes up, let us say when the computer price goes up, right? What will happen to the OS? Let us say the price of the computer goes up. What will happen to the demand of the OS?
So there is no
Will go up,
substitute
sir.
for
There will be
OS.
no demand. There will be negative demand, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The same is the case of, like, for example, Gillette machine prices goes up, right? There will be less demand for Gillette blade. We call it a negative cross elasticity, right? So the cross elasticity of demand is basically related to the price of the related product. It can be a substitute product or it can be a complementary product, what we call as a computer and OS, or Gillette blade and Gillette machine, or what we call as what's called the cartridge and the printer. So the cross elasticity can be a positive cross elasticity and it can be a negative cross elasticity of demand. Now, what is a promotional elasticity of demand? All right. What is a promotional elasticity of demand? I don't take much time. All right. For example, if a company is spending more expenditure on ad, automatically the quantity demanded will be changing the quantity demanded, right? For example, if you spend more on advertisement, automatically demand for a product will come more, right? What we call as a promotional elasticity of demand. So normally we don't take much time on promotional elasticity because it's a simple only. It can be positive, like for example, it can go in the same direction. Like for example, there is a more advertisement, more demand for it. It can go also in the negative direction. For example, some of the products wherein it can go result in negative elasticity. So that is what we call as a promotional elasticity of demand. Now we have elasticity of supply. I think I will wind up. I'll just sum up this. So I'll just sum up the elasticity. First of all, you have to understand what is elasticity. The law of demand and law of supply talks about the direction. Elasticity talks about the magnitude of the direction. I gave in a classic example. If somebody asks you the direction to the house, you can say two way. One is you can say that go right and left. Second is go 100 meter, then take another 100 meter left. So that is what we call a difference in the elasticity and the law of demand. So elasticity is more of like a measure of exact measure, but the law of demand and law of supply is basically only a direction. Then the terms related to elasticity, one is elastic. That is what we call as there's a change. Inelastic means there's no change or there's a minimal change in change. So the elasticity can be price elasticity, it can be income elasticity, it can be cross elasticity, it can be promotional elasticity. Price elasticity means the quantity demanded and the quantity price. The price and the quantity demanded. Then we have income elasticity. Here it's a quantity demanded and the income of the consumer. The cross elasticity means the quantity demanded and the price of the related product. Then the promotional elasticity, what we call as the expenditure on the advertisement, it can be positive or it can be negative. I'll go to the elasticity of supply. Remember, before I start the session, normally we don't take much time on elasticity of supply because it is more or less similar to elasticity of demand. And in textbook also, you will not find much content on elasticity of supply. So I will take only 2-3 slides and then we'll wind up it. Now I told you in the last class, what is elasticity, how it is different from the law of demand and law of supply. In the case of law of demand and law of supply, it is only gives you direction of movement. But in the case of elasticity, it gives you the exact measure of direction. As I said in the last class example, if somebody asks you where is a school is, suppose if somebody is asking you where is so and so a school, you can say that you can take right and left. That's one way. That is called, law of demand and supply. But if you say specifically say that you take 100-meter right, then 100-meter left, then we can say that it's elasticity. So that's the difference. So accordingly, we have discussed the elasticity of demand. I'll spend 5 to 10 minutes on elasticity of supply and then move to another important topic. Now, what is the price elasticity of supply? It tells you what is the, like the quantum of change, right? When there is a change in the price of the good, all right? So normally, in the case of law of supply, we say that the law of supply talks about the change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price. But in the case of elasticity, we say that we measure the quantity, the change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price of the good, all right? That is basically the percentage change in the quantity supplied when there is a percentage change in the price. That's the difference. Meaning, in the case of the law of supply, it gives you the direction. But in the case of elasticity of supply, it gives you the proportional, or it gives you the exact measure of change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price. Now, for example, this elasticity of supply is depends upon so many factors, like in the case of demand also. Now, for example, ability to sell is, right, to produce the goods and services, right? It also depends. For example, weather conditions or the climate conditions, right? Those factors also important, right? So the point is that the ability of the seller, right, to produce the goods, right, also influence the factor. Then the time period, it can be short run or it can be long run. So I will discuss about short run and long run in later classes. So for example, if the short run period is here, for example, when I say, for example, short run, for example, let us say the Apple price is selling, increasing, keep on increasing. So all of a sudden he cannot produce it, right? But if the Apple price is, like keep on increasing for the next, let us say 5 years or 6 years, then he can produce it more. So it depends upon the time period also, right? So the elasticity of the supply depends upon ability of the seller, the time factor also influence or the matter for the elasticity of supply. Now, what is the mathematical calculation of the elasticity of supply? Exactly in the case of law of elasticity of demand, here percentage change in the quantity supplied divided by percentage change in the price. In the case of demand, it is a percentage change in the quantity demanded. Here, it is divided by percentage change in the price. So, in the case of elasticity of supply, what is the like mathematical equation or the mathematical calculation is that means the price elasticity of the supply is equal to the percentage change in the quantity supplied divided by percentage change in the price. For example, if the price is changed by some, like Apple price is changed from 200 to 250, so that change 50, that right, that 50% you have to convert into 50%. Then the quantity also demand supplied also you have to divide supply. So that is what we call the elasticity of supply. So what is the application of elasticity of supply? For example, look at I will give you one example which will make you understand how it works. For example, let us say that normally we import oils from Saudi Arabia, like what we call the Arab, OPEC countries. But let us say that some of the geologists is finding new oil wells or new oil, sources nearby Andaman or some nearby islands. Then automatically our, the supply will change it, right? So that is basically the application of elasticity. That means, for example, let us say, for example, most of us all eat dosha, right? Suppose there is a new advanced technology for producing the dosha at lower cost. without much human intervention, automatically the supply of that dosha will be, changing it. Or if you take another example, for example, if there is a war is there, for example, you have seen a war between Ukraine and Russia. So we have what India did. India's capitalized that the war between Russia and Ukraine, and they have taken advantage of this the war between this two countries. So India is now importing a lot of oils from crude oil from Russia, and also India has also made some arrangements for Indian rupees to accept it in Russian provinces. So the point is that application of elasticity is basically when there is a change in the supply factor or the supply inputs, right? For example, it can be in a war, it can be technology, it can be a robotic process, or it can be anything that can influence this elasticity of supply. With this, I will finish it. Now, how do we analyze the elasticity, right? So when we want to analyze the elasticity of supply, right, in the case of what is called demand and supply, the same is we can examine whether it is a shift or it's a demand shift or supply shift. We can decide it. If it is a supply shift, we can say that there is an elasticity of supply is there. If it is a demand shift, we can say there is elasticity of demand is there. Then we have to decide the direction of the shift of the curve. I told you it can be a right side or it can be left side. So if it is a right side, you know what is the difference, and if it is a left side, you know what is the difference. So you can decide based upon the curve whether it is shifting to the right side or whether it is shifting to the left side. You can decide whether it is whether it's a positive elasticity or negative elasticity. Then you can see the change in the equilibrium, which I told you, like when we draw the diagram, both together, demand and supply together, we get equilibrium point of quantity and equilibrium price. If there is a change in the equilibrium, that for example, if there is a price change or a price down or price up, so that change also we can decide whether there is elasticity of is there or not. It can be a demand elasticity or it can be supply elasticity based upon the equilibrium changes which is happening in the diagram. So this is all about elasticity. So we have discussed about demand elasticity, and we have also discussed about supply elasticity. With this, I will stop with this elasticity, and I'll go to a new topic which is very important for you, and a lot of questions can be asked from that topic. Now, coming to this law of supply, mostly the questions will be asked from the elasticity of demand. Much questions will not come from elasticity of supply. Normally, elasticity of supply is not asked in any examinations. So you can make a note of it that elasticity of demand is very important, and you have to spend a lot of time on that, and there can be a lot of questions in that. So with this, I will stop it. Next topic is theory of cost and production, right? And in your syllabus, just check this. It comes under the second unit, right?
Unit 2.
Unit 2, law of variable proportions, theory of form, right? So there is a topic. So that is a topic. So this is the topic which we will be discussing today. So theory of cost and production. Before starting this theory, I just want to tell you that this is a little complicated and also need a lot of attention from your side. I have already simplified it, and it's also a very long theory, and I try to simplify it so that you can make you can understand it properly. So, as I said in my modules, like we have covered introduction to economics, then we have completed theory of demand, then we have completed theory of supply, then we have completed theory of demand and supply together, that is equilibrium. Then we have discussed the elasticity of demand also, and the elasticity of supply also we have discussed. Now we'll go to theory of cost and production. Now, first I'll be discussing about some of the terms which will come across in the theory, right? Then I'll move to the theory. So the first, my initial presentations will be about some of the terms which are normally used in this cost and production theories, right? Now look at the sentence here. If you look at any firm will have an objective. So in economics, in finance, in management, we normally say that the wealth maximization is the ultimate aim of any firm or any organization. But economically, we normally say that it is to maximize the profit. Definitely, there's a debate on that, whether it's a maximization of the profit or it's a wealth maximization. There's a debate on it. So our purpose is not to engage into the debate of what is the firm objectives. Our theory is about theory of cost and protection, right? So every firm will try to maximize its profit, right? That is the purpose of any firm. So firms will say that they don't make the profit, or they say their customer value or customer satisfaction is more important. But ultimately, no firm can survive in the market without profit. So the firms try to maximize their profit, right? Now, some of the terms which will come across you, the total revenue. So what is the total revenue? We call it a TR, total revenue. Total revenue means, for example, you have 100 unit of pen, right? And you are selling it for 10 rupees. 100 into 10, you can say 1,000 rupees is the total revenue, all right? So the total revenue is equal to the number of unit produced into the price. We can call it as a total revenue, or in economic terms, we call it a TR, total revenue. In the total cost, TC, we call it as a TC. What is a TC is basically the cost of all the inputs for producing a particular product. We can call it as a total cost. There are a lot of split in that total cost. I will discuss about later. So first of all, you have to understand what is the total revenue, what is the total cost. So the total revenue means the number of units you produced into the price. We can get a total revenue. For example, if you have 100 pens are there and you are selling for 10 rupees, then 110 is equal to total revenue. Now, what is the total cost? For example, you say that for the pen, producing the pen, you need some plastic, you need some space, you need some capital, you need some labor, you need a lot of inputs are required, right? So all this, input cost together, we can say total cost. We can call it as a TC, right? Then I told you the intention of any firm is to maximize the profit. Now, what is the profit? Profit is equal to total revenue minus total cost. If it is a positive, we can say it's a profit. If it is a negative, we can say it's a loss, right? So the total revenue, for example, 1,000 minus 500, 500 is a, like the profit margin for your profit. So I repeat it again, total revenue, there's a total cost and there's a profit. Now, what's it? There are some, in economics, there are some explicit and implicit cost here, right? What is explicit cost and what is implicit cost? So if you take the firm's total cost, which we told you, there are implicit and as well as explicit cost here, all right? Then what is explicit cost? Explicit cost means where there is a cash flow is there, right? Or where there is an outlay of money is there, we can say it's the explicit cost. I'll give an example, will make you understand. Then we have implicit cost. What is implicit cost means? It's a cost actually, but it doesn't need money or it doesn't require any outflow of money. There's no outflow of money. In that case, we call it implicit cost. Now I'll give an example. For example, explicit cost. For example, you're running a hotel, right? You need tea powder, you need sugar, you need maida, you need atta, you need a lot of wheats, you need rice, you need chickens, meat, everything you need it. So for all these things, you have to pay the money, right? Right. So they say outflow of money is there from your firm. There's an outflow of money there to the outside. We call it the explicit cost. Now, what is the implicit cost? Now let us say you are running the hotel, right? And you are the owner. You are the cashier, right? So normally what happened when you are the owner and when you are the cashier and you are doing your business there, right? You will pay the salary for your employees, but you will never pay the salary for yourself. Right? Normally, don't pay it, right? Or let us say, for example, you are running the hotel in your own building. Actually, you have to pay the rent for the building, but normally it's this is your own building, you normally don't pay the rent. So there is no outflow of the money. We call it as implicit cost. But what economic theories say that both explicit and implicit costs should be included. But in accounting, we normally calculate only explicit cost. But in economics, when we say we calculate both explicit as well as implicit cost. Now I'll tell you what is the difference between economic profit as well as accounting profit. In the case of economic profit, so we have discussed about the profit. Profit is total revenue minus total cost. So in the economic profit, it's a total revenue minus total cost, where the total cost include both explicit as well as implicit cost. Right? So in the case of economic profit, total cost means explicit cost plus implicit cost. In the case of accounting profit is equal to total revenue minus only the explicit cost. We don't calculate the implicit cost. Clear? Now coming to the point. Right? Now look at this, which will make you understand more easily. So in the case of economic profit, right? Total revenue or profit is equal to, right? Economic profit. That means including implicit cost and explicit cost. Whereas in the case of accounting profit, it is only explicit cost, right? Now, can you tell me which profit will be more? Students, can you tell
Economic profit.
Like,
me? Is it? Accounting profit will be more, right?
yes.
Accounting profit will be always more. Economic profit will be always less, because in the case of economic profit, there is a both implicit and explicit cost is it. But in the case of accounting profit, we exclude the implicit cost. So automatically accounting profit will be always higher on the side, and the economic profit will be always less on the side. Clear? Up to this point, clear, students?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. A production function. What's a production function? I'm talking about economic theory, not the technological part of it. So production function means basically in any production, any product, there will be input, there will be output, right? So for example, if you take Apple, there is input is there, there is output is there. If you take a pen, there is input is there, there is output is there. So input may be plastic, it may be ink, it may be labor, capital, land, everything. And output will be the pen. So the process of converting this input, which I told you, into the product or the service, we call it as a production in economics, right? In engineering, the definition may be different, but in economics, so the process of converting this input into a output, right? We call it as a production function in economics. Now, input. I told you some inputs are there. So normally, right? Normally, input is basically land, labor, capital, what we call as a factors of production, right? Land, labor, capital. This is called as a factors of production in economics, all right? Now, this, apart from that, we have technologies here, we have organization is there, we have so many other factors also there at input. I'll explain you what is this input. So the technology is an input. Without technology, you cannot produce anything, right? So this input can be fixed or it can be variable input. Students, please note down it because this is very important for you. What is a fixed input and what is a variable input? Now, fixed input means input is fixed irrespective of the number of products which we are going to produce it. And the variable input varies according to the number of output which we are going to produce. So remember, there is a fixed input and there is a variable input. And the fixed input means the input remain fixed irrespective of the output. And the variable input varies according to the output. I'll give an example which will make you understand it. For example, let us say, for example, I am taking a class in a physical class. You are all sitting in the class. All right. Now, if I take the class in the classroom, let us say A classroom, I am taking the class for you. If one person is sitting or two person is sitting, I have to use that particular space or that particular land. So it is a fixed, right? Whether I take the session for 100 students or whether I take the session for 20 students, it doesn't make any sense. It's a fixed only, right? Now, what is a variable? Suppose in your class, every day I have to give you pen. For every student, I have to give you a pen. Now, in that case, if 20 students are sitting in the class, I have to give 20 pens. If 100 students are sitting, I have to give 100 pens. So there will be fixed input and there will be variable input. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then based upon that we can divide the cost also, fixed cost as well as the variable cost. Now, what is the fixed cost? The cost remain fixed irrespective of the output, number of output. And the variable cost is the cost which increases or decreases based upon the proportion of the output. For example, in this class, I told you example, the rent, let us say 5,000 is the rent per day. If I take the class for 100 students, or if I take the class for 10 students, I have to pay 5,000 rupees. So we can say the rent is a fixed cost there. All right. Now, what is the variable cost? I told you I give you every day I give you pen, right? If 100 students are sitting, I have to pay for 100 pen, right? If 10 students are sitting, I have to pay only for 10, right? So the fixed cost is always fixed up to a level. I use the word up to a level or up to a capacity. And the variable cost changes based upon the output, right? Or based upon the input, it keep on changing it. So remember, students, there is a technology, there is a fixed input, and there is a variable input. Based upon the fixed input and variable input, we can have fixed cost and we can have a variable cost. Now, coming to the factors of production, I told you the land for which we pay the rent, the labor for which we pay the wage, and the capital for which we pay the profit. Clear? Up to this clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Now, production function, right? Now, what is a production function? I told you what is a production? It is a process, right? Process of converting input into output, what we call as a production. What is the production function? The production function shows the relationship between the quantity of input and the quantity of output which you produce it. That means mathematically, quantity produced the function of x1, x2, x3, xn. That means, I told you in economics, input is basically factors of production, including technology, land, labor, capital, technology, etc. So the quantity which we produce is a function of land, labor, capital, technology, the organization, many factors, many inputs. So the bracket is basically input. It is basically the production function is basically the function of input. It can be land, labor, capital, technology, organization. So some terms. Please note down the terms. First one is total product. We call it a TP. What is a total product? Total product means the number of output produced for the given input. We call it a total product, or we can call it as a TP in economics. Students, please note down it. So the total product or the TP means equal to the number of unit produced for the given input. Input is land, labor, capital, technology, etc. Total product means the total output produced for the given input. Now coming to the average product. What is average product? The total product per unit of input. For example, let us say your output is 100, but your given input is 10, right? So 100 divided by 10, we can call it as average product, right? AP. There's a background noise is there. Can you mute the mic? Yeah. Then marginal product. What's a marginal product? Any additional output for the given change in the input. We call it as marginal product or MP. For example, let us say when you have an input of 10 units, you got 100 output. Now let us say you make it as a 15 and you get 120. So the 20 is the additional product or marginal product. Remember, in economics, margin means additional, right? It can be marginal cost, it can be marginal product, it can be marginal profit, it can be anything. Margin means additional, right? So marginal product here means the additional output for the additional input. We call it as a marginal product. Clear?
Sir, here input also we are increasing, correct?
Yeah, input also increasing. It is mentioned, no, additional output per unit of change in the input.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now coming to the fixed cost, which I told you already. For the cost of fixed input is basically fixed cost, or the cost which doesn't increase or doesn't decrease depending upon the input or output. We can call it a fixed cost. That is a cost which remains fixed irrespective of the input or irrespective of the output, which I told in the class example. If I take the class for you in a physical classroom, I have to pay the rent for it. Whether 10 students are sitting, whether 100 students are sitting, I have to pay the rent of 5,000 rupees. So it's called fixed cost. So in economics, we call it as FC, fixed cost. Right? Clear? Then we have variable cost. Variable cost means the cost which varies according to the output, or the cost which is vary according to input. We can call it as a variable cost. For example, if you are sitting in my class, I have to give you pen every day. I told you. If 100 students are sitting, I have to pay for 100 pen. If 10 students are sitting in the class, only I have to pay for 10. So it depends upon the input and output, right? So the variable cost is basically, proportional to the quantity which you produce it. Now coming to the total cost, TC. Total cost means in economics means fixed cost plus variable cost, including implicit as well as explicit, right? So the total cost, TC, total cost means equal to fixed cost plus variable cost is basically total cost. Clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's a marginal cost.
Yes, sir.
Marginal cost then. I told you margin means additional, right? So the cost of producing additional unit, what we call as a marginal cost. Right? For example, in this case, what is the marginal cost? Additional cost of producing 1 unit of output. What we call as a marginal cost. So you can know what is a marginal product, what is a marginal cost, what is a marginal benefit. Margin means additional in economics, or in finance, what we call as a additional. What is the average cost? Average cost means the cost per unit of output. That means the total unit produced divided by the total cost. Total cost means fixed cost plus variable cost. So the average cost AC is equal to the total output divided by total cost. Total cost is equal to fixed cost plus variable cost. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yeah. Then average fixed cost. Average fixed cost means fixed cost divided by number of unit, or number of output. Average fixed cost is equal to the total output divided by the fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Clear, students? Yeah. Can you give can somebody tell me about the behavior of fixed cost? Suppose if we produce more, what will happen to the fixed cost per unit?
It remains
Shouldn't
the same.
change. Yeah.
What happened?
It will
It
reduce.
remains the
It
same.
will reduce. So you have understood the concept, right? Okay, fine.
So sorry. Can you please repeat once again?
Yeah, we
Fixed
didn't get
cost?
you, sir.
Which one? Which one you have to?
Fixed cost you just asked now. Could you please repeat it?
Yeah. So I asked you what is the nature or the behavior of the fixed cost, right? When they say change in the input output, right? That means what will happen to the average fixed cost when the output increases? That's my question.
Yes, sir.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now average variable cost. What is the average variable cost? The cost per unit of output, right? That means average cost or variable cost per unit of output, what we call as a, variable cost. What is the behavior of average variable cost? Can anybody give the answer?
It will increase, sir.
It will remain same, sir.
It will remain same. That means it is a proportional only, right? That means if I produce or if I take class for 100 students, I have to pay 100 pay, right? If I take the class for 20, I have to pay 20. So 20 divided by 20, 100 divided by 100. That's all, right? Now we have opportunity cost, which you have to understand it. What is the opportunity cost? I told you, it's called sacrifice benefit. I have already given you example. For example, suppose you sit in this class now, right? You are listening to me, right? Suppose if you go and work outside, you must have got some 500 rupees. So 500 is your opportunity cost, right? So these are some of the costs which will come in the theory. First one, total product, some of the terms which will come into theory: total product, average product, marginal product, fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, marginal cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost, and opportunity cost. You have any doubt up to this point?
So could you repeat please the opportunity cost?
Opportunity cost, yeah, please. Yeah. Now let us say, for example, you are sitting in my class. Can you tell me your name, sir?
Abid Chand.
No. So, sir, you are sitting in my class, right? Suppose you may be working, right? Now, if you are sitting in my class, you have sacrificed some amount of earning, which you are supposed to get from outside, right? So let us say, for example, if you work outside for the next 2 hours, that is 10 to 12, where I take that session. Let us say you are going to earn 1,000 rupees. Now, that 1,000 rupees is an opportunity cost for you, right? Because you are sacrificing, right? If you are not sitting in this class, you must have earned that 1,000 rupees. Now, that for sitting in this class, you have sacrificed 1,000 rupees. That is called as an opportunity cost. Clear?
It be considered vice versa, sir. Like if I am earning 1,000 rupees in these 2 hours, if I don't attend this class, this opportunity would be lost, right?
Yeah,
It would be sacrificed.
Then in that case, the learning, the cost of learning is your sacrificed cost or your opportunity cost.
Okay, got that, sir.
For example, Usain Bolt, you know that, right? So if you would have sit in the class and studied for up to 10th standard and went to a teacher job, he would not have earned millions of dollars, right? So that is millions of dollars which he is earning is his opportunity cost, right? Any doubt up to this point, students?
No.
Because I'm going to the theory. You cannot understand the theory without understanding the concept. That's why I want to make it very clear. All are clear?
Yes, sir, clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this theory is a bit complicated, students. I'll try to simplify it. And wherever you have queries, you can stop me and you can ask the questions, okay? So in economics, when we calculate any production function or any cost, there are two periods are there. The time period. All right. One is short run, second one is long run. Remember, there's no specific time period for it. Normally, if you ask somebody what is a short run, they will say that's 5 months, 5 years, 3 years, like that. But in economics, there is no such period. The point number one, you have to understand it. The long run, if somebody asks you, if you ask some students, what is the long run? They will say 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years. But in economics, there is no such period. The point number one, which you have to remember it. Then what is the short run? What is the long run? I'll explain it. What is short run? I told you there is a fixed input and the variable input, right? In my definitions, in my terms, I told you there's a fixed input and there's a variable input in here. I give you an example of land as a fixed and the pen as a variable, I told you. Now, what is a short run? Short run means in economics where one input is fixed, another input is variable. That means there is a fixed input and there is a variable input. Fixed input is non-variable, that means it's a fixed, and the variable input is a variable. This is called as a short run. Clear? For example, the land is fixed, the pen is variable, right? So the one input is fixed, another one is variable. This is called as a short run in economics. Now coming to the long run. Long run means both input, fixed as well as the variable, both are variable in nature, right? What we call as a long run. I'll explain you what is that. I'll make you understand later, right? Now, what is short run? In the short run, there are two types of input. One is variable input, another one is non-variable input. That is fixed input and the variable input. Whereas the long run, fixed input also variable and the variable input also variable. This is called as a long run. Do you have any doubt on this? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Clear? Thorough?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Clear? Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Now I'll tell you an example which will make you understand more it very clearly.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I have a different question. We need to submit project report in after first semester also?
That I don't know. You can ask the Dr. Nivedita.
Oh, Dr. Nivedita, okay. Next session.
Yeah, please. And I don't know next session. She is the coordinator for the program.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the short run and what is the long run? I'll give you an example. Let us say you are producing the onion, right? You are an onion producing farmer. Can you turn off the mic? Some students are having background noise. Can you turn off it? Yeah. Now let us say that you are a farmer producing the onion. I'm making you understand what is the short run and what is the long run. Now let us say average price of onion per kg in the market is 15, right? So it is, let us say it's equilibrium price. It's equilibrium price. So the price which is buyer is ready and the seller also ready to sell it, right? Now in this case, to produce the onion, the farmer, you need land, labor, capital, seeds, water, etc. Like, right? So the land is a fixed, and some other inputs also fixed, and some variables are some inputs are variable. For example, like seeds are variable in nature, or pesticides which are used for cultivation is also variable in nature, right? So this is the point, the short run. Now let us say, for example, the onion price is going to be 50 rupees or 100 rupees. And it will remain 100. It will remain 100 for the next 5-6 years, right? because they say normally we import the onion from Turkey and all. So there's a problem is there. They say farmer knows that there's a shortage of onion in the market, and the price is going to be very high, and it is likely to remain high for the next 5 years. Right? What you will do? If you are a farmer, what will you do?
Will look for more land and cultivate.
You will look for more land, right? Now, in that case, land become a variable, right?
Yes, sir.
That is what we call as a long run. In the short run, for example, if the prices remain only for 3 months, will you buy land?
No.
You
No.
can buy it.
No,
So
sir.
that is called as a short run. So the short run, certain inputs are fixed and certain inputs are variable. In the long run, all inputs are variable. That's a difference, right here.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm coming to the theory, right? This is a bit difficult to understand it. I'll try to simplify it. Now in this table, you can see the input unit, that is labor input. As a one, I have taken only one labor. That is labor as input. Then we have a land. Land is fixed, right? So the labor is a variable input, and the land is a fixed input. Then we have a TP, total production. Then we have MP, marginal production. Then we have average production, AP. So I'm talking about the production in the short run, right? It's called law of variable proportion in economic theory. So what this theory says, right? The law of variable proportion says, right? So first understand this, a table. If you want to write it, you can note down. I will give you 2 minutes. Just note down it. The labor unit, it's a variable input. Land is a fixed input. TP is total product. MP marginal product. AP average product. The theory name is called the law of variable proportion, or the production function in the short run. Just draw the table. I'll come back to you in 2 minutes. So before I'll come to the theory, I'll give an example which will make you understand how it works. So don't look at this table. I'll tell you how when we will see the table. Now, let us say the same example. I'll take it. Right. Let us say 1 acre land is there for you, and you are producing onion, and you are selling in the market. Right. So average price in the market is 15 rupees. And there is a chance that the price may increase to 50 rupees in the short run. I'm not talking about the long run, I'm talking about the short run. So what will be your behavior?
Couldn't catch, sir. Could you please repeat the example?
Suppose let us say you are a farmer, right? We are all farmers, right? We are producing, onions in a 1 acre or 2 acre land, right? Now the average price is, equilibrium price is 15 in the market. That is accepted price by the supplier and seller, right? Now let us say that the price is increasing to, let us say, 50 rupees. And it is going to remain 50 rupees for next 2-3 months or 5 months, or let us say 1 year. What will be the behavior of the seller?
Will try to increase the production.
Yeah. As per the law of supply, we will try to increase the supply, right? Right. Now, how we will increase the supply? You cannot buy a land, right? Because buying a land and cultivating, it will take the time, right? Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, what is the next option for you? Within the given land,
Increasing labor unit.
you can increase the labor, right? Yesterday you appointed 50 laborers. Now you can appoint 100 labor, and you can produce more onions. This is what will happen. Now let us say you're producing the onion in 1 hectare of land, right? Let us say. And earlier, when 15 rupees was there, you were appointed only 15 employees, right? And you produce the product and sell in the market. Now there is an increase in the price. So automatically what we will try to do? We will try to increase the number of laborers. All right. Now let us say the labor is keep on increasing, right? So when you initially keep on increasing the labor, automatically you will get more output. Am I right? Students?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You will get more output. Now you keep on increasing the labor, but your land remain fixed. Remember, in the short run, one input is fixed. Here the land is fixed. Another input, that is the labor, is variable in nature. Land is fixed, and you keep on increasing the labor. What will happen after a particular point of time?
We will not have sufficient land to produce it.
You
The
will not
labor
have
may be
sufficient
more.
land. You will have more labor, but you will not have.
Cost of labor is increasing, sir.
Simply labor is keep on increasing. Your output will
Profit
not
will come
increase.
down.
Until the saturation point is reached for the
Yeah.
So
land.
profit
Your
will come down slowly.
Your output will not increase. Am I right? Right? Now, if you
Yes.
keep on again increasing, right, without changing the labor, automatically, there will be no space for the labor, and there will be, like a conflict between the labors, because there will be, no space within the small space. More labors are loaded. Automatically, nobody will work it, right? So this is what we happened. Now, this theory is called as a law of variable proportion. So what is the law of variable proportion? Say that in the short run, where one input is fixed and other input is variable, that means at least one input is fixed. Here the word is at least one input is fixed. The remaining inputs are variable. If you produce it, what will happen? In the initial stage, the total product will keep on increasing, and the average product also will keep on increasing. And if you look at the behavior of the marginal product also will keep on increasing, because there is additional product is there. Total product is increasing, so automatically additional product also will increase it, right? Average product also will increase it. So the point is that the law of variable proportion says that in the production in the short run, there will be three stages. One is increasing return, the second one is diminishing return, and third one is negative return. That means in the initial stage, in the increasing return, total product, marginal product, and average product will keep on increasing. And the case of diminishing return, total product will start decreasing, automatically marginal product will start decreasing, and automatically average product will start decreasing. And the case of negative return, automatically total product is coming negative side because of this conflict, and automatically marginal product also will decrease it, and average product also will not decrease negative, but it will be positive, but it will be decreasing it. So this theory is called law of variable proportion. So I have given you two. One is table, second one is a diagram. I'll explain you what is this. Right? Now, what is the law of variable proportion says? The law of variable proportion says that with the increase in the quantity of variable factor, its marginal and the average product will eventually decline, and other input remain unchanged. That meaning in the short run, at least one input is fixed and other inputs are variable. So in the first stage, the total product will increase more than proportionately. Then, if the total product is increasing more than proportionately, automatically marginal product also will increase. If the marginal product is increasing, automatically average product also will keep on increasing. Mathematically, marginal product will be greater than 0, and the marginal product will be always greater than average product. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second, diminishing stage. That means total product is increasing, but it is less than the proportionate of the input. So automatically what will happen? If the total product is not increasing proportionately, then automatically marginal product will fall, because marginal product is depend upon the total product. Then what will happen? It will continue till marginal product reaches zero, that means there is no marginal benefit. That means the marginal product here become zero. There is no additional output for the additional input. You are keep on adding the labor, but your additional output is zero. That is, marginal product is greater than zero, and marginal product is less than average product. The stage 3 negative return, here you keep on increasing the input automatically because of the conflict and because of the land is fixed and the space constraint, automatically total product will come down negative. If the total product is coming negative, automatically marginal products also become negative, right? Then automatically average product will start falling, but not a negative, but it is positive. It can be negative also after some stage. This theory is called as a law of variable proportion or production function in the short run. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So the red color reflect the total product, black color reflect the marginal product, and the blue color reflect average product. If you are having the pencil and scale, you can draw it properly.
So what is red and black reflects for, sir?
Product and marginal product.
Marginal product.
Marginal product.
Red is a
Red
total
is
product, black is a marginal product, and blue is a average product.
Average product.
Yeah. Okay.
If you are comfortable in this table, now I'll come to the cost. All right. Now you'll ask me, what is a long run production function? Right? Can somebody give the example? So the production in short run we have discussed. What will happen to the production in the long run? Can anybody give the example?
Both fixed, all are variable.
Yeah, all are variable, right? So what happened?
So both the inputs are variable means like a big MNC or a manufacturing hub which is having many branches, so we can increase the land, many facilities, so as well as more labor.
What we normally do in economics, so in the short run, what we'll say, let us say, there'll be, like, for example, in this case, there'll be 2 land or 3 land, 4 land. For each land, the same theory is applicable, right? Clear? Students?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So there'll be one plot. There's a plot B, plot 3. So the plot 1 short run is same, plot B short run is same, plot C short run is same. The long run, all will take together. So automatically the same function is, right? So normally what we do, we don't discuss production in the long run. So you understood the point, right? Now, the cost in short run and long run. Come to the cost. Now, like the short run, I told you, some inputs are fixed and some inputs are variable. So
just a pause. When we say we don't discuss the production in long run, but the variables, the input and the land, if we take the example of that previous table which we have drawn, with the increase in land, there would be increase in the labor as well. That is
yes.
So will there be a chance that there would be negative impact, like output would be negative, or it will keep on increasing?
Actually, it will be, for example, in the long run also will not remain for a long period. So the labor, the farmer will try to, say, for example, 3 or 5 units, right? So that is the only thing will remain it. So let us say that it will be like we will be calculating the plant 1, plant 2, plant 3. That's what we normally do it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yeah, got that. Thank you.
Now, coming to the cost, right? So in the short run, I told you there's at least one fixed input and there's a variable input. So there's a fixed input means there's a fixed cost and there's a variable cost is there. So in the short run, some costs are fixed and some costs are variable. In the long run, all the costs become variable. Fixed cost also become variables. Clear? Now, what is this behavior? Now, this table, note down the table. First one is quantity, which we produce. Then we have total cost, that is fixed cost plus variable cost. Then we have fixed cost. Then we have variable cost. Then we have average fixed cost, that is fixed cost divided by quantity. Then we have average variable cost divided by quantity. Then we have average total cost, that is fixed cost plus variable cost divided by quantity, or the total cost divided by quantity. Then we have marginal cost, that is total cost equal to change in quantity. So the change in the total cost depending upon the change in the quantity. Please note down the table first, then I'll explain. Okay, right. Now it will a little confusing, so I'll try to simplify it. Okay, please give a full attention to the class. So first I'll explain you what is a fixed cost, the behavior. So I will split each one and I will explain the behavior. Now fixed cost. Look at the fixed cost. Fixed cost remains same, right? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes.
if I told you in the class, if I take the class for 100 students or if I take the class for 20, I have to pay 5,000 rupees as a rent. So my fixed cost will remain same. Then the variable cost, which increases proportional to the quantity. It may not be exactly proportional because there are some, variables which will not be proportional, but we assume that it's a proportional, all right? So give an example. I told you if I take the class for 100 students, I have to give 100 pen, right? If I take the class for 10 students, I have to pay pen for 10 students. Clear? Fixed cost is clear? Variable cost is clear?
Yes, sir.
Now coming to the average fixed cost. What is the average fixed cost? Somebody told you example. When we keep on producing, average fixed cost will start reducing. Clear? Why? What could be the reason?
It is inversely proportional to the quantity.
That means the quantity is spread or the fixed cost is spread across the quantity. So automatically the average fixed cost will come down, right? Now average variable cost, it is again proportional to the quantity we produce, right? Now total cost. So what is the total cost? Fixed cost plus variable cost. Fixed cost plus variable cost. So fixed cost is fixed, variable cost is proportional, right? Now what happened to the total cost? What happened?
It's increasing with the quantity.
Initially it will increase, but it will start decreasing, right? Why?
With the increase in variable cost?
The variable cost will increase proportionally to the output, right? Right. No doubt, right? But in the total cost, there is a fixed cost element is here. Am I right? Students?
Yes, 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 sir.
So automatically fixed cost, what we said, fixed cost will start reducing when you keep on producing more, right? No doubt, right? Clear? Clear?
Yes, sir, yes.
So the total cost is equal to fixed cost plus variable cost. Automatically total cost in the initial stage, it will keep on increasing. And when you keep on producing more, it will start reducing. I'll give you an example. Suppose if I don't take the class, right? What will be my cost, total cost? Today, nobody came to the class. What will be
It will not impact your total cost, sir, but
I have to pay the rent, bro. I have to pay the rent.
Fixed cost will be same, sir.
Yeah, I have to pay the rent, right? So
Yes.
at the zero also, I have to pay 5,000, right? If nobody turns you, none of you come to the class, I have to pay the rent. I cannot say that my owner said that students didn't come, I cannot pay the rent. I cannot say that. So I have to pay the rent. So at the zero quantity also, there will be total cost will be there. Remember it, because fixed cost is there. That means fixed cost is remain fixed whether it is a 0 quantity or 100 quantity. Clear? Clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now total cost, coming to the total cost. Now if I produce 0, right, I'm talking about the class, right? If I produce 0 student, my fixed total cost is 5,000, right? Let us say 10 students are coming. Let us say variable cost is, let us say 10 rupees per person, 10 rupees. So 5,000 plus 100, am I right?
Yes, sir. Fixed
Yes,
cost
sir.
is 5,000 and variable cost is 100. So
Yes.
Let us say 10
100
rupees.
included.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
10
us say,
included.
let us, for the simplicity, let us say, take it as 1,000, okay? So 6,000, let us say it is 6,000, okay? Now what is my average total cost? 6,000, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I keep on producing more, 100, right? Let us say I produce 100 students. Fixed cost is 5,000, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But my variable cost will increase it. So my fixed cost remain fixed at 0 and at 100. So automatically my total cost will come down when I keep producing more product. Am I right or not?
Right, sir.
Clear
Yes,
or
sir.
not?
Yes.
Clear? Yeah. So the point is that the total cost curve, TC, total cost curve, at the initial stage, it will be on the higher side. And when you produce more and more within the given capacity, automatically your total cost will come down. Right? I'll show the diagram. Now we will go to the average total cost. What is the average total cost? Total cost divided
Yeah,
by.
when we say that we keep on producing more and more, is that the variable cost which we are talking about?
No, we are talking about the total cost.
So total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. So if we
Yeah,
keep
correct.
on increasing or producing more,
Mhm.
that's production is variable, right? So total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost.
Yeah,
So
correct.
it will keep on increasing, no, sir?
No, it will decrease. Means cost will increase it. I mean, what I mean, total cost will keep on increasing. I'm talking about this. Sorry, I had a confusion. Average total cost will be coming down. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sorry. It was my mistake. So total cost will keep on increasing, but average total cost will coming down. Sorry. Okay. Okay. No, sorry. Then we have a marginal cost. Now, what is the marginal cost? It is additional cost, right? So the additional cost also will keep on increasing in the initial stage, and once you get the benefit of this fixed cost, it will come down, right? So the point I'm making is that in the short run, there's a one input in one cost is fixed, another one cost is variable in nature. Since the one cost is fixed cost, that fixed cost will keep on spreading on the number of output, and automatically average total cost per unit, that is the total cost divided by quantity we produce, will keep on decreasing. What we call as a economics of large scale production. Economics of large scale production. I'll give you an example. These are total cost, right? Curve. I'm talking about the curve. Sorry. Total cost curve. At a 0, also I will have a cost, because I told you, even if I produce 0 class, 0 students, I have to pay 5,000. So automatically, my fixed cost will always start from the above 0, right? So the total cost curve will be, like increasing as you asked. Now let us discuss each one. First one I will discuss about average total cost. So the average total cost initially it will be very high because of the fixed cost. And when you keep on producing, automatically what will happen? It will decrease it. But we told you that, remember, we told in the production theory we told you that in the short run, there's a diminishing return also there. So automatically, after some point of time, because of the production theory, average total cost also may go up. Clear? Is there any confusion to you?
Clear, sir.
Clear? Clear?
Yes, yes.
Now coming to the average variable cost. I told the average variable cost is basically a proportional, but we have to start from the zero actually. But normally we don't start from the zero because there will be some input cost will be there which will not have proportional increase. So that's why we start from here. Otherwise we have to start from here only, zero. Right? So average variable cost will also be proportional only because it's depending upon the output. Then average fixed cost. I told you average fixed cost will come down initially, and because of the law of this production theory, it can increase if your output start diminishing or output start reducing. Then the marginal cost, initially it will be like a behavior of a average total cost, then it will start increasing, right? So this is the true behavior of the cost in the short run and the long run. I will explain the long run later. So this is a true behavior of a cost curve. That is a marginal cost, average total cost, average variable cost, average fixed cost in the short run.
In the table, we don't see that the marginal cost is declining, sir.
So the point is actually, I'll explain it that we cannot simply, I told you, we cannot take this as alone. We have to club along with the production theory. Because in the production theory, we have increasing stages here, diminishing stages here, and negative stages here, right? So what we assume in the production theory, initially the output will keep on increasing, right? Then it will start decreasing, then it will go to negative. The same is applicable here also. Initially, we will get all the benefit, but when we come to the stage of diminishing return, our cost also will start increasing because our output is decreasing, right? When we come to the negative, automatically we will go to again extreme end, and we have to consider that also into the account. Clear? Clear, students? That is a bit confusing. Clear or not?
Clear, sir. Clear.
Not sir.
Or shall I take the individual questions from you? If you want me to question answer individually, I can take individually also.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
And once again, that last slide shows.
Yeah, students, first you should understand that the cost is related to the production, right? Am I right or not?
Yes, sir.
The cost is related to the output, right? We are talking about the input cost and we produce output. So what the theory says, remember, we cannot talk independently. What the theory says, in the short run, there will be three stages. One is increasing stage, second is decreasing stage, third is negative stage. What is the increasing stage? Output is increasing. When increase the input, variable input, output also keep on increasing. In the declining stage or decreasing stage, what we say, we keep on increasing the input. That is, our cost is keep on increasing, but our output is start decreasing. Right? In the negative, we keep on increasing our input, automatically our cost is increasing, but our output is becoming negative. Right? So you have to correlate it. So automatically what will happen in the initial stage, you will get the benefit of economies of scale, but that benefit will be only on the increasing stage. And the benefit will come down in the decreasing stage, and benefit will become negative in the declining or negative stage. This is all you have to understand it. Clear? Students, clear? I cannot move without you say yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so we can understand.
Or if you want me to take again, I can take it. I don't have absolutely no problem. I told you in the beginning itself, it will be a little confusing because normally we don't take continuous sessions for this kind of topic. We take 2-3 sessions, but it's a contact program, so we don't have other go. We have to take the class.
So in that case, I think it'll be nice if you just briefly take us through it again.
Again, I think what we will do, I think I will be able to finish the class by 7 classes, right? So there will be one session will be left for us. So shall we spend more time on that day?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Shall I move ahead? Shall I go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You'll understand it. I'll make you understand. Don't worry.
I understand, sir. Understand, sir.
Now the cost curve explanation. Just to read it. Point number 1, the marginal cost MC will increase it because we are producing more output, right? And because we are having more, variable inputs are there, so there will be variable cost will be there, right? So in the initial stage, that will increase it. Now average total cost curve. Why it is a U-shaped, I'll tell you. Average total cost curve, okay? It is a U-shape. It is going to again increase, I'll tell you. Now, what is the average total cost curve? I told you, the total cost divided by the number of output, right? Total cost means fixed cost and the variable cost, right? So there are 2 components. One is fixed cost and second one is variable cost is there. Now, my average total cost is a U-shaped. In the initial period, total average total cost will be always higher. The reason is that there is a fixed cost is there. For example, if I take the class for one student, I have to pay 5,000 rupees plus 100 rupees, 5,100 rupees. So if I take average total cost, that is 5,100 divided by 1, my average total cost is 5,100. So it will be always higher, right? So the cost is always higher on the side. That's why it is on the higher side. Now, when I keep on producing more students, right? I keep on producing more students, automatically my fixed cost, that is 5,000, will spread around 100 students. That means I don't have any additional fixed cost for 100 students. I have only additional variable cost. So automatically what will happen, for 100 students, my average total cost, my fixed cost is 5,000. And let us say my variable cost is 1,000. Let us say 6,000. Now, what is my average total cost? 6,000 divided by 100. What is the amount? What is the cost? Average total cost?
600.
Right?
6.
Hello? Is it okay for you? Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So average total cost curve will come down when you keep on producing more, right? But economic theory says that output will not always increase. Output will start diminishing, decreasing at a given point, and it will go to the negative also at a given point. So automatically what will happen when the output start decreasing, right? When the output start decreasing, automatically my average total cost curve also will start increasing. That's why it is called a U-shaped curve. Clear or not? Clear
Yes,
or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That means at low level of output, average total cost is always high because fixed cost is spread only on a few unit. And the average total cost will decline as the output increases. And average total cost will start rising because output will decline as per the according to the marginal this variable proportion theory. So this is the real cost curve of any, like in the short run. Now in the long run, this is very difficult to understand it. I'll try to simplify it. That means there is nothing. The same curve, what we do here, the same curve is applicable here. Here, there is a one small factory, medium factory, large factory. That means here we try to understand the total cost in the long run. So in the long run, I told you, we can have more, land for producing the onion. So one land is there, A land, then there's a B land, then there's a C land. So for the each land, there will be cost curve will be there like this, right? Then if you take the total cost for all the three, it will be like a flattened curve. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the long run, I told you, all inputs are variable, right? That is clear, students?
Yes, sir.
That means you can buy more land. You can have 3 or 4 lands. So let us say you have 3 lands out there. So in the each land, the same shortened theory is applicable. Am I right? Clear?
Yes, got it.
In the each land, shortened theory is applicable. Now, if you take the total cost of all the land, let us say for the land, it is an average of all the 3. Am I right?
Yes.
So automatically you will get a flattened curve. If you put mathematically, like if you put a solving problem, then you will get it. Right?
Linu, can you please go on mute?
Yeah, please. Now, why this happened? Why this cost curve is behaving like this? One is economics of large scale production. I told you because of the fixed. Can you mute the mic?
Linu, kindly mute.
Yeah. What is economics of scale? What is economics of scale means benefit of large scale production. That means when you produce more quantity, your fixed cost will always spread and your total cost will fall as output quantity increases. That is what we call as economics of large scale. That's why what we always say that try to produce the maximum capacity. You will get the benefit of large scale production. Right? The point number 1. Second, diseconomics of scale. That means when you produce more beyond your capacity, instead of economics of scale, it can be diseconomics of scale because your quantity of output will start decreasing, right? Then constant return. That means it is where total cost is equal to the quantity you produce, right? That is what we care. Now, I just summarize it. The frame is to maximize the profit, which I told you, which is equal to total revenue minus total cost. That is profit. I'm talking about the definition. Second, when you are analyzing it, you have to consider opportunity cost of also, right? And when you take economics theories, you have to consider both explicit as well as implicit cost also you have to consider it. Then you have to take the production function either as a short run or a long run, right? So it can be a long run or it can be a short run, right? Then the marginal cost will always rises with the quantity output because the marginal cost is basically additional cost. Then the average cost, it will fall, right? But it can also rise based upon the production theory. Then the average total cost can be U-shaped. I told you what is the reason, because initially fixed cost will be always high, and it will decrease it. But when you go beyond a level, then your output will decrease. Automatically, your average total cost will means the total cost, average total cost also will, start increase. Then the marginal cost curve always, goes as the average total cost, right? That is, like what we call the ATC. Right? It's basically depending upon the additional benefit you get. And the cost has to be analyzed either in the long run or the short run. And the short run, some are fixed, some are variable, and the long run, all are variable.
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So the
Yes,
market
sir.
structure, okay? This is also very important. A lot of questions can come from this part also. I'll simplify it. It's very easy to understand, but I will simplify it. Now, what is the market structure? So we have studied.
So it is in our unit 3. Am I right?
Just take it one second.
Yes, unit 3.
Yeah, unit 3, you can see, right? Product market.
Okay.
Different markets you can see, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we'll talk about this market structure, right? Now, what is the market structure? Right. First, I'll explain you what is some definition. What is the market? Interaction of buyers and sellers. Normally, earlier we used to say that it's a place where a buyer and seller meet, but now we don't say that's like that definition because of the online markets and all. We don't say, so we simply say market is the interaction of buyers and sellers. Then the structure. What the structure means in economics? It is basically about the nature of market based upon certain factors. What kind of market in which you work it or in which you engage it. I'll explain what you will understand it. Now, based upon the different certain factors which we mentioned, markets are classified into perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, and duopoly. Basically, it is perfect monopoly, monopolistic competition. Oligopoly and duopoly are also there, but we'll spend only less time on oligopoly and duopoly, but we'll be spending more time on perfect competition, monopoly, and monopolistic competition. Now, factors, right? I told you about the factors. Please note down this fact. And these are not the only factors, but these are the main factors. Okay? And you can draw that diagram also, that picture also you can draw it, you will understand it later. Now, the factors. So that means the classification of the market is based upon the number of firms, number of buyers, the nature of the product, entry and exit, and the price fixation. Right? That means this type of market, like perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, duopoly, all are based upon these factors only. That means what we decide, whether we decide it is a perfect competition, it is based upon these 5 factors. Whether we decide a market based upon the monopoly, whether it's a monopoly or oligopoly, based upon these factors. Right? So these are the factors first we should understand, which will make you decide whether a particular market is a perfect or monopolistic, oligopoly, or a monopoly or duopoly market. Right. So the number of firms, number of buyers, nature of the product, entry and exit, and the price fixation. Please note down. It will simplify your entire study. This right. Now, please, this table will make you understand, and it will be easy for you to remember also. That's why I have given you a table. Now, first understand it. There are certain factors and there are certain markets, different type of markets. So these markets are based upon these factors. So I'll explain you the one market, then you will understand the domain market. So first I will explain you competitive market. What's a competitive market? So there is a number of sellers are more, right? That means, for example, in if you go to a vegetable market, you will find a lot of sellers, right? you'll find tomato will be sold by 5 to 6, 7, 8 people. So it's many sellers are there, right? The number of buyers, there's many buyers are there. You go to the market, you find a lot of buyers for the product, right? So the nature of the product is homogeneous. All are selling the same tomato, right? Nobody is selling a different tomato, right? Got the point?
Yes, sir.
All are selling the same potato. There is no difference in the potato, right? So the nature of the product is homogeneous. You have to understand it. Then the entry and exit, anybody can come into the market, the seller, anybody can leave the market at any point of time. Nobody, restrict you. For example, today I don't get the profit, I can close my shop today. Tomorrow I get more profit, I can come and open my shop. Right? There's a free exit and entry. Then the price taker. Remember, what is a price taker? You are not fixing your own price. You are fixing the price which is fixed by others. Because remember, you are selling the same tomato, and there are hundreds of sellers out there, and there are hundreds of buyers out there. Anybody can come into the market. Anybody can go the market, leave the market. So you cannot fix your own price in the market. You have to you have to take the price which is there in the market. Otherwise, what will happen, students?
There'll be no sale.
The price is high.
If the price is high, nobody will buy it.
No
right?
sale.
If the price is less, will be loss.
All will
practices.
Yeah, all will reduce the price. So you are a price taker. So remember, in a competitive market, you are a price taker, not a price maker. The information, what is information? There's a perfect knowledge. That means all the sellers are having and all the buyers are having equal information. Meaning, when we say equal, it doesn't mean that it is equal information. That means I know that I will get a tomato at 7 rupees from this market. I get 7 from this. I can get it from this market. So all are having almost equal knowledge in terms of price and other details, right? So the competitive market means there are many sellers, there are many buyers. It's a homogeneous product. All are selling the same product. There's a free entry and exit, and you are the price taker, and you have a perfect knowledge. That means all are having equal knowledge. Now coming to the monopoly. Instead of many sellers, it's a single seller. For example, Indian Railway, it's a single seller, right? There is no, a competitor for it. The buyers, there are many buyers for the, what's called Indian Railway. There are many buyers out there. It's a single product, right? For example, railway, single product, no other products are there. It's only transport. The entry exit restricted. You cannot come into the market easily. When we say restricted, means it is not policing. It is because of the, because you cannot immediately start a railway. That's the meaning, right? You cannot immediately go and construct a, track. You cannot construct a bogie. It's not possible. So it's restricted. The price maker, you're the only one. You can fix the price boards you want. And the information, there's no meaning because only one seller, so there's no meaning. No difference. That's the point. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes. Clear, sir.
The competitive market, the monopoly market. Then what is a monopolistic competition? There are a large number of sellers. It's a combination of competitive and monopoly. Large number of sellers are there. And there are many buyers. But products are differentiated. For example, if you take FMCG products, right, soap brands, right? It's an FMCG product. It's a competition only, right? But a lot of Hindustan Liver is there, right? A lot of companies are there producing, different type of products. But all the products are not same. Am I right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So you, for example, you don't buy the same soap from, you don't get the same soap from others. You don't get the same shampoo. All the products are differentiated in one way or another way, right? the free entry and exit. Anybody come into the market, anybody can produce a shampoo, anybody can produce a soap, they can sell the market. The price maker, you are fixing your own price because you don't too much depend upon. But of course, the price also depends upon the market, but you can fix your own prices. Then imperfect knowledge. Why imperfect knowledge? Why imperfect knowledge? Because products are differentiated. So I don't know how it is differentiated. Am I right? Students?
It is for the buyers.
Yes, sir.
And the product buyers also confused. Which is we don't know which product is good, which is not good. We don't know. So the imperfect knowledge is in the market. So in the case of monopolistic competition, there's a large number of sellers, large number of buyers are there, but the products are differentiated. If there's a free entry and exit, anybody can come into the market, leave the market, and you're the price maker, and there's imperfect knowledge in the market. Now, oligopoly. Oligopoly means it is not monopoly, and it is not perfect competition also, or monopolistic competition also. That means there are some few sellers. For example, in the Indian case, we can take a classic example of telecom providers. How many telecom providers are there in India? You can count Jio, BSNL, Airtel, then Vodafone, Idea. So the only 5, you can count double numbers, right? So what we call as a few sellers, not large seller, and not even a single seller, and the many buyers, right? In the product, it can be homogeneous or it can be differentiated. For example, if you look at the recharge coupon, some of the coupons are very same, some of the coupons are not same. Like it can be homogeneous or it can be differentiated. The difficult entry and exit because only few firms are competing. So you cannot get into the market easily. You cannot exit from the market easily because you are invested a huge amount of money. So it's very difficult. The price, it is again interdependent because your price depends upon the geo price depends upon Airtel. Like because if Jio changes prices, you can see Airtel also will change the price. You can see, right? Information, since there are few sellers, right? They may share the information, or I'll say that they may, for example, when they fix the prices, they will equally decide to fix the prices. In the case of monopolistic competition, it is not possible because there are n number of sellers are there. So it is not possible to coordinate. In the case of competitive market also, it is not possible because there are n number of sellers are there. But here, only few sellers, countable sellers. So they can come together, they can share the knowledge, they can share the information. That is why it's called shared. Clear up to this point, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes. So this is all about different type of market. So we have competitive market, we have monopoly market, we have monopolistic competition, we have oligopoly, and there is another called duopoly. Right? So it is based upon number of sellers, number of buyers, nature of the product, entry and exit, price, information, and there are some other factors also, but we don't discuss about that. The perfect competition. So detailed discussion we will take in the next. Then the entry and exit in a monopoly, there is no free entry and exit. But in a perfectly competitive market, there is a free entry and exit. Same in the case of monopolistic competition. Anybody can enter into the market. Anybody can exit the market. Now, what is the price? About the price? In a perfectly competitive market, price is you are the price taker. That is what is the price which is given by market forces, the demand and supply. You have to take that prices, right? So that is called like in a perfectly market, you have a price taker. But in a monopolistic competition, you are a price maker because you have a different product. That means, remember why you are a price maker is because each one is producing the same or identical product, but each products are differentiated. So you have an advantage. That means you can say that my product is something different, his product is something different, that product is something different. So you can fix your own prices because you know about your products, right? and the other seller doesn't know about the product. That's what I told, imperfect knowledge. That means, since the product is differentiated, the seller doesn't know about A seller doesn't know about the B seller doesn't know about A seller, B seller doesn't know about the C seller doesn't know about the D seller, because the products are differentiated. And if you come to the buyer also confused, because it is identical product but differentiated product. So I don't know what the type of product the A seller is selling, what B is selling, and what C is selling, and what is N is selling, what K is selling. So this imperfect knowledge is there. But in a perfectly competitive market, you have a perfect knowledge. So the point here, difference is that you have to remember that one is the products are differentiated. The second, you are the price maker because you have a different kind of product for each one. Each seller is having a different kind of product. And since there is a differentiated product, there is an imperfect knowledge because people don't know what is a different kind of product among the people. Now, what's the point? What's the impact of this? Now, the key impact of a monopolistic competition is that the point is that people will try to, the point you have to remember is that the products are identical. I use the word products are identical. That means products are same, but it is differentiated. For example, if you take any soap, right? All of you are using the soap. You will find a lot of companies are producing the soaps. You will find Lex, or if you find you can find that Hindustan Unilever is having multiple soaps are there, right? Each soaps are different. For example, if you take the shampoo, there are a lot of shampoos from FMCG companies like what's called Procter and Gamble is having. Then Hindustan Unilever is there. ITC is having different kind of shampoos, soaps, everything is there, right? Detergent powders are different. Now, what are these products? All these products are differentiated. For example, if I take a Unilever product, I will find a lot of soaps. Lex will be there. A lot of soaps will be there. So I don't know what is this difference. I can only understand the difference from the label. But since the label is different and each product is having different, heterogeneous, so I can fix my own price. So the point is that in a perfectly competitive market, right? The price, you're the price maker. That means you can fix the price, but doesn't mean that you can fix the price at any cost. Because since the products are identical, if you fix larger prices, people will switch over to the either products because the purpose of the products are same. The soap, it's a cleaning. The shampoo, the hair, the purpose is same, but the products are differentiated in the market. So the point is that in the case of a monopolistic competition, the price will adjust or the market will adjust until economic profits are zero. That means it will not go beyond economic profits becoming negative. I told you what is the difference between economic profit and the accounting profit. Accounting profit will be always higher and economic profit will be always less. I told you. So the point is that in a monopolistic competition, because of this reason, the point is that products are identical but differentiated. The purpose of the products are same. So automatically you cannot fix at higher prices, because if you fix a higher prices for a Lex soap, I will prefer Dove soap, or I will prefer Nivea soap. So that is what we call as a monopolistic competition. In a monopolistic competition, the price or the market will adjust up to economic profit is economically zero, not accounting profit zero, because economic profit is basically implied in the meaning. That means where we take the both explicit and implicit cost in the account. I'm sure that you are clear. Now, what is in a monopolistic competition? How do you? Now you can see that in the picture I have given you the two apples, right? One is a red color and one is a green color, right? So the point is that both apples same purpose. One you can say that it's an American apple, or you can say that it's an Australian imported apple, right? So the point is that in a perfectly in a monopolistic competition, as I said, you cannot fix the price as such, because it will have a downward sloping demand curve. Because if you fix higher prices, I will switch over to the other apple, or if you fix higher prices, I will go to the other I will go to the other soap, or I'll buy other shampoos. So in a monopolistic competition, it is like a perfectly demand curve. There will be always a downward slope because the products are, different, but the purpose of the products are same. That's the problem with the monopolistic competition. I am sure that you will be clear. Now, what is the oligopoly? There are only few sellers, not a single seller, not large number of sellers. Only few sellers are there. So what is this point? In an oligopoly market, there's only few sellers. Each one is offering similar or identical product or slightly different product. For example, OPEC, the countries which are producing, like oil and exporting, right? Or you can say in India, if you can say, for example, this data service providers like Jio, Airtel, right? All this BSNL, all these companies are what we call oligopoly. So the point is that in the oligopoly market, only few sellers are there. So the point is that not large number of sellers or not a single seller, but there are only few sellers are there. When I use the word a few seller, there's a meaning is there. I'll tell you what is the meaning of that. So oligopoly market, the point is that there will be large number of buyers will be there. The sellers are only few. The products are similar or identical in nature, right? Entry and exit is restricted, right? Those things are there. Now, what is the point is that in an oligopoly market, what is the oligopoly in an oligopoly market? I'll tell you an example which will make you understand it. So, like in a perfectly competitive market, I'll compare it first, then I'll explain you. So, in a perfectly competitive market, I told you there are a large number of sellers are there. Since there are a large number of sellers, and there's a perfect knowledge is there, equal information is there, coordinating these people or these sellers are very difficult, or coordinating the buyers are very difficult to, it is very difficult. Now the point is that in an oligopoly market, switch on the AC. In an oligopoly market, I'll give an example which will make you understand, which will happen normally in the classrooms and all, what we call as a game theory in economics, right? For example, let us say that tomorrow I am conducting you an examination, internal examination I am conducting you, right? So I am conducting the examination tomorrow for you, internal. Let us say 3 students, they are together, they are friends. They didn't turn up for the class. Examination, sorry, they didn't turn up for the examination, right? Now what they do, right? There was a releasing of a new movie. They went for a movie because they want to want to watch the first show. So they went for the movie without by canceling their first internal examination, right? Now they came to the class next day, right? As a teacher, I have the responsibility to ask them what happened. Now, what they decided to make a story, right? What story? Because they cannot tell that we went for a movie, right? So what they will tell, sir, while coming for the examination, there was another person, some 4th person. So we have to take him to the hospital, right? So they can make or they can plot some story. Or they can cook some story to escape from the teacher, right? Now I said, okay, as a teacher, I said, okay, it's a good that you, as a responsible human being, you have to help others when they meet the accident. Okay, they are also fine. And I asked them when you can write the examination, right? So they say, sir, we are ready today itself because we have already studied for the examination. Because of the accident, we couldn't write the examination, and we have to, support some, the 4th person who met in an accident, and we have to take them to the hospital. So they plot the story, and the teacher is very interesting, and the teacher also knows these people are, maybe, plotting the story, or they may be real. We don't know what is happening. So in this case here, there are 3 sellers, 3 people, right? 3 students are there, right? So the point is that we can say they are the 3 sellers are there, right? The few sellers, right? Now what happened? The teacher asked them to write the examination. So what the teacher is very, intelligent. teacher says that, okay, teacher keep them all the three in a classroom or in a 3 different classroom. Let us say in a 3 different classroom they are given to write the examination, and each one is given the question. Right? The question number 1 is where the accident happened. Question number 2 is whether it was a bike accident, whether it is an auto rickshaw accident, or it was a bus accident. What is the name of that person to whom the accident happened? To which hospital you have taken, right? How much amount of money you spent for it? These are the questions the teacher is asking by sitting all of them in a different classes, all the 3 of them in a different classes. What could be the likely answer? Students, can you tell me?
Everyone will have different answer.
Everyone will have a different answer, am I right? Right? This is what we call as a game theory in economics. Right? Now, the point is that, I'm coming to the point is that, now if they have made an arrangements, if they have already made all these arrangements, if they have discussed all these things, all these questions which the professor is expected to ask. Can you hear?
Yes, sir. No, suppose if they would have discussed means answer might be matching.
All will have the same answer, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
The point is, what is a oligopoly or a game theory? In a oligopolistic market, only few sellers are there. So since there are the few sellers, they have a, the point, they have a discussion point is there, and they can discuss it, and what is the price to be fixed, what is to be fixed. That is what we call as a game theory. That is a theory which is normally used for like the police for the interrogation of these criminals and all, right? So this game theory, which is proposed by Professor John N. Nash, he's basically an economist who got Nobel Prize in Economics in 1994 for the famous theory on game theory, which can be applicable for oligopoly in economics also. So, and there's a movie, A Beautiful Mind, about his life. All the economic students, I request all of you, you can watch this movie, which is freely available in YouTube. This is about Professor John N. Nash. He got Nobel Prize in Economics in 1994, but he's basically a mathematician, but he developed a game theory that is normally used in the oligopoly market. So that is what the oligopoly market. Now, what is the features of the oligopoly market? Since a few sellers are offering the similar products, right? I told you. And the firms are interdependent. Firms are, each one is a dependent. For example, Jio is independent, BSNL is independent, but they are interdependent. For example, when the Jio is increasing the price, BSNL also will increase it because they have a what is called an understanding, right? So what is the point is that in an oligopoly market, since there are few sellers, in a perfectly competitive market, large number of sellers, it is not possible. But here it is a few sellers are there. There's a possibility that they will go for a cartel. That means a group of firms, like acting together, or they decide together, or we can say that a collusion or an agreement. For example, government tender. So when the government is floating a tender, any person who is bidding the lowest price will be getting the tender. So normally, what will happen if these bidders are known each other? They will all fix the prices at higher prices, and the government will have to give a higher price only. So that is what we call as a cartel or a collusion. So in the oligopoly market, there's a possibility that there can be collusion and there can be cartel. The forming cartel is illegal. It is not possible in India. That is what we call as OPEC, right? To give you an example of OPEC, because oil and petroleum exporting countries are basically an oligopoly market because only few sellers are there. Like most of the Saudi Arabian, what's called the Middle East countries are there. The case of oligopoly market. That is what we call as oligopoly market. So it's an oligopoly market. The game theory will help it, and there is a likely chance for the collusion, and there is a likely chance for a cartel forming by this interdependent sellers, and they will try to influence the market. That is what you see in the market. When the Airtel is increasing the price, Jio will increase. Airtel is decreasing, Jio will also decrease it. When the BSNL will decrease it, BSNL also will decrease it. All will decrease it. That's what we call as oligopoly market. The classic example for oligopoly market in India is basically this data service providers, what we call Jio, Airtel, this BSNL, then like all other companies are called as a this what's called oligopoly market. Then we have a duopoly. This is very impossible market. I have given a long example, which was a long back. Now that example is not there because this kind of market is not normally there. So what is a duopoly market? Is a market where there is only two sellers are there. So it is the simplest of the oligopoly. It is not possible. Earlier we had an example of what's called Google and Yahoo. But today you have a lot of Mozilla is there, Internet Explorer, IE is there, a lot of things are there. So duopoly market you will not find. That's why I don't explain duopoly market. So this is all about the market. So we have discussed about different type of market, perfectly competitive or truly competitive market. Then we have discussed monopoly market. Then we have discussed monopolistic competition. We have discussed oligopoly, and we have discussed what the duopoly market and how it impacts the market.
In perfect market, we call that they are price taker, right? So what is the method in which price is fixed in that market, sir?
So that is what I told in the beginning. The price is fixed with demand and supply. Right? Yeah. So if there is a more demand for example, if there is a shortage of supply of onion is there, right? Automatically the price will go up, right? So the point is that in a perfectly competitive market, the market forces the demand and supply. That is based upon the demand and based upon the supply, the price will be automatically fixed at the market. Clear?
Yes. Thank you.
This movie, A Beautiful Mind, is a very famous movie, and it's very interesting also. You can enjoy it. You just go and watch it. That will give you a beautiful mind, right? So you can enjoy it. So I have given you the title, A Beautiful Mind. It is the life about the Professor John N. Nash, who is a mathematician and developed the game theory, and that is basically applicable in economics. And he got Nobel Prize in 1994. You can also remember that normally economics Nobel Prize is given to economist. He's a person who is a non-economist who got the Nobel Prize in economics in 1994. A lot of people got it, but he's one among the people. It can be asked for any competitive examination who got Nobel Prize in economics, who is not a mathematician. You can simply say the answer is Professor John N. Nash is basically a mathematician. Clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So I think my screen is visible, right? Introduction to macroeconomics, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Now let me explain you, right? Now we have discussed so far a lot of things, right? From the beginning principles of economics to the last this different type of market. Now, what I have been discussing, right? A lot of topics we have discussed. So I'll come to that in in different way. Right? Now let us look at any field of study. For example, if you look at mathematics, right? There are a lot of subdivisions are there, vectors, number theories, axioms, right? A lot of things are there. If you look at psychology, it's about personality, ego, motivations and all, right? If you look at the law, there are promissory note, banking, negotiable instrument act is there, the contract act is there, a lot of subdivisions are there. Now, if you look at economics, economics is all about demand and supply. Then surplus, aggregate demand, aggregate supply, those things, right? Now, why I'm telling these things are right. Now, if you look at any branch of field, it is again made into sub branches are there, right? If you look at mathematics, sub branches are there. If you look at psychology, is there so. But the point I'm making is that, for example, if you look at some 20 years back, there was only one doctor. So there was only one doctor. Now today you have a gynecologist there, dermatologist is there, like physiotherapist is there, like pathologist is there, general medicine is there, ortho is there, right? A lot of forensic medicine, ophthalmology, like a lot of branches are emerged out of it. Now, in the case of economics also, like economics as a subject, right, also emerged as a lot of subject. Now, what is the economics actually? I first understand you economics as a subject. Now, basically, economics is basically like any kind of science. It is basically observation, theory, and observation. Now, what is this basically? For example, if let us say that there is a war in the Iraq, now you observe what happened to the war and what is economic impact of that. So we observe what is happening. Then based upon that, we observe what is the impact of that. Then we develop a theory. Then we again observe whether the same is applicable to in the case of Iran or some other places. So the point I'm making that economics is basically like a science. So when I say science, there's observation, there's a theory of development of theory, then there's further observations, whether it's a generalizable to everywhere, right? So the point is that economics also use the same scientific method for any kind of theory or anything. Now, in the economics, before coming to the micro and macro or managerial economics, first of all, you should understand all economic theories are based upon the assumptions only. So when I say that when the price decrease, right, demand increase, or when I say when the supply increases, right, the price decreases, all are based upon these assumptions only. So in the real world, right, sometimes it may be possible or it may not be possible. Meaning, all economic theories are based upon the assumptions, built on assumptions, and we assume that assumptions will hold good. That's all. Right? But for example, in the case of cosmetic products or highly luxurious brand, right? When the price increases, automatically luxurious people will buy more. So the demand theory doesn't applicable is there. So the point I'm making is that all economic theories, irrespective of any economic for that matter, is built on assumptions. Without assumptions, economic theories will not work. So remember, when I say all economic, when I taught you economic theories, all these theories are based upon the assumptions only. Without assumptions, these theories will not work. So assumptions is a foundation for economic theories. It is not just for economics and for all science and all finance theories. Assumptions are very, very important. Now, what is a macro and micro? Now, we have been discussing a lot of theories, right? So I've been talking about the price of the apple, right? I have been talking about the price of the ice cream. I've been talking about the oil, right? So what is the economic? As I said earlier, there was only one economist. Then it is branched out like micro, macro, then agricultural economics, then managerial economics, like so many branches are there. Now, the major classifications are called as a micro and macro economics, and we are going to talk about the macroeconomics. Now, let me tell you what is the microeconomics. Microeconomics is basically focused on individual firms or individual household or individual product. For example, I talk about the apple. So it is an individual product, right? But when I talk about the apple as a whole market, it becomes a different meaning. So microeconomics is basically individual firms or household where the decisions are taken or interact each other in the market. That is what we call as a microeconomics. And this microeconomics, when it is applied in business, what we call as a managerial economics. So the application of microeconomic theories to the business is called as a managerial economics. And the microeconomics is basically individual economic theories about the individual household, individual firms, or the products, what we call as a microeconomics. Now, we have discussed about the demand of an ice cream. We have discussed about the demand of an apple. It's all individual, right? It's about the firm. It's about the household. We call it a microeconomic these are all called microeconomic theories. Now, what is macroeconomic theory? Let us say, for example, I'm talking about the inflation as a country as a whole. I'm talking about the unemployment in the country. I'm talking about the economic growth of the country. I'm talking about the financial crisis in the country. I'm talking about the financial crisis across the world. I'm talking about the inflation rate across the world. Then we can say it's a macroeconomic theory. That means where instead of taking individual household or a firm, we take it as the economy as a whole. That is the phenomena where we are talking about is basically called as the economy as a whole. For example, when we talk about the individual demand, we can say that's microeconomics. When we say aggregate demand, AD, or when we say aggregate supply, it can be called as macroeconomic. There's a word called AD and AS. Aggregate demand means the whole demand in the country. The demand for the whole country is called as aggregate demand, and the whole supply for the country is called aggregate supply, what we call as macroeconomics. So the difference between microeconomics and macroeconomics is that in the case of microeconomics, we talk about the household. The theories are based upon the household and the firms. And in the case of macroeconomics, it's as a country, as a world, as a whole, what we call as a economy, or what we call in short form, we call as economy. Whereas in the case of micro, we call it household or the firms. So that's the difference between micro and macroeconomics. And when microeconomic theories or economic theories are applied in business, what we call as a management economics or business economics or economics of business, what we call as a managerial economics, or what is subject title of your subject title called as a managerial economics. So basic classification is microeconomics and macroeconomics, and there's a lot of branch out, as I said. Agriculture economics is there, location economics is there. So a lot of economics are there, but major classifications are micro and macroeconomics. Micro means small, macro means large. That's the difference between micro and macro. I'm sure that you are clear. Now coming to the macroeconomics. In what macroeconomics? So today, I think the unit, I'll tell you the unit. I think the unit 4, introduction to national income and all there. So in that, some macroeconomic theories are there. I'll be talking about the macroeconomics. So in the macroeconomics, what we try to do, what we try to, understand it. For example, I have given some example. Why average income is high in some countries? Why average income is low in some countries? Or why in some countries inflation rate is very high? For example, if you take Japan, inflation rate is very high. Super inflation is there, all right? So in some countries, for example, sub-Saharan African countries, where there is less economic growth is there. So why there's a less economic growth is there? Why there's unemployment is there? Why there's a less production is there? So in the case of macroeconomics, instead of studying individual household or a firm, we study as an economy as a whole. That is what we call as a macroeconomic. And macroeconomic try to answer what is the aggregate demand for the whole country, and what is the supply for the whole country. That is aggregate demand, aggregate supply, aggregate demand and aggregate supply. What we call as AD and AS in the economics. Now the point is that if the AD and AS is equal, right, there will be no economic theories. There is no relevance for the economic theory, because there will be always there will be a difference between AD and AS, aggregate demand and aggregate supply. That's why we have all these economic theories in hand. All right. Now coming to the what we are going to discuss in this the next few hours, what we are going to discuss it. I'll be discussing about GDP, discussing about GNP. I'll be discussing about per capita income. I'll be talking about GDP per capita, the cost of consumer price index. Also, I'll be touching upon it. So these are the topics, because macroeconomics is a very big topic. It is normally 2-3 years of program. Like each semester will have a split of 2-3 units. But today you have one unit, so I'll be trying to give you a brief idea about macroeconomics and the fundamentals of the macroeconomics only. I'll be giving you, but it is not completely a macroeconomics. I'll be giving you only a niche part of macroeconomic theories. So first one, GDP. Now I told you this graph I have already given to you the first day. In any firm, In any economy, there'll be firms, there'll be household. The household will sell labor, land, capital, right? Factors of production. And the buyers are the firms. Firms will buy the factors of production. And the firms will, using the buyers of production, they will produce the product and goods and services. And they will make it, they will sell it to the market for goods and services. And there, the firms are the sellers and the household are the buyers of the product. So this is how the economy as a whole works. Now, then for land, labor, capital, you get wage, rent, profit. And for the goods and services, you get a price for it. And you generate income, right? So there's a spending, there's income each year, right? So I'm going to discuss about the GDP and how it is a GDP. I will be simplified to the maximum level, right? Now look at the definition and note down the definition of the GDP. A GDP is a market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. I repeat it, GDP is a market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time is called as a GDP. I'll split this definition into different, like, I'll slice it. Please note down it. So I repeat it, GDP is a market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. You note down it, I'll split it now. The first one, the GDP is a market value. What is a market value? We take the final price. That means output is valued at the market price. All right, for example, you produce a pen. All right, though your cost of producing the pen is 20, you add your margin, supplies margin, everything, and you sell it as 30 rupees. So we take the market price, which is sold at a market. That's called as a market price, 30 rupees. So GDP is calculated at a market value. Remember. Second, all the final goods, all the final. When I say the final, it is not intermediate goods. For example, when you produce a pen, right, you have a plastic, you have an ink, everything is there. So we don't calculate the price of each one, but we calculate the price of a pen. But if you calculate the price of each one, then there will be double calculation will happen. So it will count only the final price. For example, in the case of a car manufacturing, if you calculate the price of each tire, then the price of the car will be including the tire. So it has to be deducted. So only the final output or the final goods, not the intermediate goods. Clear? Third, the goods and service. It includes both tangible and the intangible. For example, food, clothing, everything. Then the haircuts, house cleaning, doctor's visits, everything. All the goods and services, both physical as well as the like intangible goods also. The services also will be counted. Suppose a woman is working at your house, the price which is paid to that woman also will be counted. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then the produced. When I say produce, it is the goods and services, the produce, not the transaction. Right? The meaning is that, right? For example, for example, this year, you produced an apple. That production is taken into account. Right? So that production is taken into account for that counting. Then within a country, that means the production which has happened in our country, we don't take into the account of the, what's called outside. For example, airlines is operating outside. We don't take the airlines output. But for example, an American company is producing in India, we take the American company. So it should be produced within the country. It can be a domestic or it can be a foreign company. Right? Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then in a given period of time. So normally GDP is calculated normally for a year. It can be a quarter also. Right? normally it is taken for a year. So in a particular year, how much quantity is produced in a country, that will be taken care of. Now, so I told you the definition. GDP is the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. It's called as the GDP. Now, what is counted GDP? Now, for example, I'll give an example which will make you understand it. For example, let us say that you are producing, every household is normally cultivate some kind of tomatoes or normally green items, salad or something. Every household will have these tomatoes. So now what they do, they use it at home, right? They may not be selling it. That production will not be part of GDP. So the point is that it won't form a part of GDP because it cannot be sold. So automatically it is not a part of GDP. So the GDP means all the items produced in the economy and sold legally in the market can be called as a GDP. Then what is not included? For example, I told you, you produce tomato at home, but you don't sell it. We can say it is not a part of GDP. And illegal items like drugs or other items, we exclude from the GDP. Now, for example, let us say that this is not for a gender bias. Don't take it as a gender bias. I'm giving you an example which will make you understand easily. Let us say that someone is a doctor, right? He's unmarried, right? And he appoints a lady for cleaning the houses and vessels or utensils. And he pays some 10,000 or 20,000 rupees for her, right? It's a part of GDP, right? Because you are paying for it. Now let us say that he marries her. After some time, he marries her, right? So she becomes his wife, right? And she doesn't pay for it because she's a wife. She doesn't pay for her. So automatically, it is not a part of GDP. One second, students, I'm getting an urgent call. So students, that call couldn't be connected. Okay. Anyway, leave it. So the GDP, for example, I have given an example of this classic example. When you pay for your maid, it's a part of GDP. But when you marry your maid and you don't pay for her, then it's not a part of GDP. The best example for you to understand what is GDP, right? Now, what are the components of the GDP, right? Now, if you look at the components of the GDP, right, it is basically a consumption, because when we have to count the GDP, we have to count the consumption which we purchase from the market, right? Second, the investment. For example, you invest in the bank, and for which you get interest. It's a part of GDP, where it is producing. One second, sir. Students, please. Yeah. Sorry for the disturbance, students. Yeah. This GDP includes the consumption which we consume as a, for example, if you buy a biscuit, automatically it's part of consumption because it is sold. Second, investment. For example, you invest in a bank as a deposits. You have to, it's a service, it's a product of the bank. So it's a part of government GDP. Then, for example, government is purchasing. For example, university. Government is purchasing buildings. Government is constructing buildings. Government is buying the printers. It's a part of GDP. Then the exports, net exports. What is net exports? Net exports means, for example, suppose you produce this country, right? For example, some car, you produce it and you sell it in the market or outside market. It's also part of GDP because it's net export only, right? So the point is that in the case of a GDP, we take the consumption, which is a sales, investment, is like a service, bank deposits, then the government purchases, and the net export is a part of GDP. That means the GDP in economics is denoted by Y is equal to consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. And this GDP is equal to the consumption plus investment plus government purchase and net export is called as a GDP of a country. Clear? I'll go to the next topic. So the consumption. I just explained you the spending by household on goods and services, right? What we call as a consumption. Investment like inventories, for example, capital purchases, capital expenditure, investment in the bank savings account, fixed deposits, all will come as investment. Then the government purchases, like for example, what's called the government buildings, government printers, like all those things will as a government purchase. And export, what is called as a, what we call as a, for example, you produce a car and export to the countries. That is also part of this GDP. So I'm sure that you are clear with GDP. So GDP, I repeated, the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. And what is included? Only produced in the country and sold in the market. Not included self-consumption and illegal. And the components of the GDP, it's consumption, investment, government purchase, and net exports. Right? So there will be two types of GDP. GDP is calculated two types. One is GDP, nominal GDP. Second one is the real GDP. So what is the nominal GDP? For example, the price of the pen is 40 rupees. Right? You calculate as a 100 pen into 40. That is called as a nominal GDP. What is the real GDP? Real GDP means there's a constant price. There's a base year is here. For example, base is 1991. So the price of the pen in that particular year is called as a real GDP. So that's basically a constant price. The nominal GDP is current price, and real GDP is basically a constant price. So when we take about, for example, base year as a 2001. So if you calculate with the base price of the 2001, it's called as a real GDP. When you calculate with the current year, that is 2023, it's called as a nominal GDP. Then what is a GNP? GNP means gross national product. What is a gross national product? The total income earned by nation's permanent residents called as a gross national product. For example, in the case of GDP, suppose if Ambani is having like a factory in what's called in Australia, so they will send the income, right? So it is not a part of GDP, but it's a part of GNP. So the GNP means the gross national income. That's the total income earned by nation's permanent residents called as a national income. Now, GNP. Now, for example, if there's an American employer is here working in Infosys, so his income is not included because he is sending to his country. But an Indian who is working in US and sending the money, it is included a part of GNP. So the point is that in the case of GNP, right? So in the case of GNP, a foreign national working in the country will not be included, but a Indian working in the foreign will be included part of it. So the difference is that included in the case of GNP, right? So the citizens earned abroad also in the case of GDP. In the case of GDP, right, we don't include it. But in the case of GNP, we include it. So the point is that in the case of GDP, we don't include the foreign income, but whereas in the case of GNP, we include the foreign income. In the case of GDP, we include the domestic, like foreigners' income in the country, but we don't include the case of GNP. That's a difference. Now, per capita income. What is per capita income? It's a measure of amount of money earned per person in a nation. So the per capita income for a country is called total national income divided by its population. It's one of the measure of the growth of a country or development of the country, what we call as per capita income. So the total income of the country divided by the total population, we call it as per capita income. Now, what is GDP per capita? GDP per capita means the GDP divided by total population, right? So the GDP spread across all the individuals, all the the population of the country, what we call as a GDP per capita income. So the per capita income is basically the income of the country total divided by its population. GDP per capita means basically total GDP of the country divided by total population, what we call as a GDP per capita. Now, the cost of living. Now, one of the important measure of any country's economic development is called cost of living. People will say that in America, the cost of living is very high. In Japan, people will say that the cost of living is very high. In India, if you look at, people will say the cost of living is very average. So it's one of the important measure of economic, the growth of a country. So we calculate always cost of living. Now, what is the cost of living? How it is calculated? So the measure of cost of living is basically inflation. Now, what is inflation? Remember, inflation refers to a situation in which economy's overall price level is rising, keep on increasing, right? So the inflation refers to the overall price level of the economy is keep on increasing. Suppose if simply increase it, it is not an inflation. Suppose if you keep on increasing, then we can call it as a inflation is there. All right? That means, other words, inflation means, for example, yesterday I paid 20 rupees for the tomato. Today I have to pay 50 rupees. So you can say either the price of the tomato is increased, or you can say the value of the money is decreased. These two ways only you can express it. So what we call as inflation, or the cost of living, is increased. So the inflation rate is basically the percentage change in the price, right, in the last year compared to this year. What we call as this inflation rate in what we call as these calculations and all. So the consumer price index is normally used to measure the cost of living. That is, there is a calculation basket reason I'll be showing you. That is normally used as one of the parameter for this inflation. Now, what is the consumer price index? What we call as a CPI. CPI means is a measure of the overall cost of the goods and services brought by a typical consumer. For example, the sugar, the wheat, the rice, tomato, onion, right? All these prices, right? When I take into account, there's a basket is there for each country. That price index is called as a consumer price index. So normally, remember, it is not all the goods and services. It's not all the goods. It is basically a basket of the goods. Remember, it's basically a basket of the goods. That basket of the goods differ from country to country. In America, it may be different. In India, it may be different. In Africa, it may be different. It based upon the, like what they call the goods which are normally consumed by individuals or the population in that particular country. For example, in the US, it may be wheat or bread, but in India, it may be the rice or it may be the wheat. So the point is that when you calculate the consumer price index, when I say the goods and services, it is basically the consumed by the typical product which is consumed by the consumer in that particular country. So the basket will differ from the country to country. It may differ from Japan. It may differ from America. It may differ from Saudi Arabia. Everywhere it will differ, right? Now, how it is calculated? I'll simply give you an example. First one is fix the basket, right? For example, fix the basket means, for example, in the basket you include the sugar, the wheat, rice, dal, everything. So first you fix the basket. So in America, it may be something different. In India, something different. Now calculate the price of each items in the basket. All right. So for example, sugar price, tea powder price, wheat price, rice price. So you calculate the price of each basket. So the government is fixing, not we are fixing it. The government will fix the basket. For example, it may be meat can be there. It can be chicken can be there. For example, in Japan, it can be fish because they are the most consuming the fish consuming country. So first fix the basket. What are the items to be included? Then find the price of the basket, each item. Then compute the basket code. What is the total price of the basket, right? then we'll have a choose base year. I told you there is a base year for every year, right? It was 1991, 2001, like that. There is a base year. So you take the price of the base year. So this year price, the base year price of the same basket, the same items. Then they calculate the inflation rate. Now, what is inflation rate? In this year, inflation rate is equal to the CPI in the year 2 minus CPI in the year 1. That is base year, divided by CPI in the year 1. That is a base year into 100, what we call inflation rate. That means, for example, this year 100 is a basket price, right? The last base year, it was, let us say, 40, right? So 100 minus 40 divided by 40 into 100, what we call as inflation rate. So this is how inflation is calculated. You have to remember that inflation is basically the continuous increase in the price level of the goods and services in the country is called as inflation, or you can say that the price of the value of the money is reduced. So with this, I'll stop the topic of macroeconomics. So I told you what is the macroeconomics, what are the fundamentals of the macroeconomics, and I told you some of the important components in the macroeconomics, right? Like GDP, GNP, per capita income, GDP per capita, then the cost of CPI, Consumer Price Index also I told you. Remember, it's a very wide topic and nobody can teach you in complete, but I have taken some effort to teach you macroeconomics, but we have to teach you aggregate demand, aggregate supply and all those things, but there's no time for it. With this, I will stop it. I will take the question and answer.